Please bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear God, we offer everything to you during this seminar. May we ask for your blessing and divine providence that the activities set for this undertaking be successful and effective. May we also retain the invaluable knowledge and learning experiences that we derive from this activity. We pray that you bless all the committee in charge, that they fulfill tasks responsibly, that the objectives they have set may all be achieved. You are generous as blessing would mean success of this seminar. We know that without it we can do nothing. Maybe believing witnesses of your genuine love through the implementation of the knowledge acquired through this activity. Grant us your divine wisdom as we about our daily tasks after this seminar. This we ask in Jesus' name, Amen. Through the implementation of the knowledge acquired through this activity, grant us your divine wisdom as we about.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day of free webinar for bookkeepers. I would like to call on those who have signed in already their attendance. We have Inolva Jessel, Justiva Windy from Baler Aurora, Inolva Jessel from Navota City, Kabilyan Ria Christie, Puerto Princesa City, Manyalak Liolita, Mungkada Tarlac, Labian Sheila, Amparo Subdivision, Caloocan City. Burak Salvi, Cubao, Quezon City. Alisna Charlene, Basak, Mandawi City. Rivera Angelica, Cabanatuan City. Untalan Laika, Santa Barbara, Pangasinan. Cañete Rosel Joy, Tigato, Davao City. Montañano Cyrus Danver, Nagcarlan, Laguna. Atilano Jane, Quezon City. Cañeta Kenneth, Malinaw, Albay. Agabaw Edgar, Makati City. Peralta Jelisa May, Carmona, Cavite. Agabaw Pinky, Quezon City. Sinugba Maria Lisel, Legazpi City. Ramos Joselito, Antipolo City. Lamayo Maria Cindy, San Pedro, Laguna. Nobleza Analisa, San Jose del Monte City, Bulacan. Cabrillos Ana Marie, Cagayan de Oro City. Texera Rowena, Tondo, Manila. Mendoza Adrian, II, Oriental Mindoro. Rosales Snooki, Mapandan, Pangasinan. Veluser Nadine, Mangaldan, Pangasinan. Castillo Regina Grace, Pangasinan. Di Guzman Jeya, Dagupan City. Madronero Annabel, Mandaluyong City. Latori Mary Grace, Santa Barbara, Pangasinan. Persiano Gina, Lasam, Cagayan. Monterola Rizel, Mabini, Pangasinan. Alejandro Beatriz, Banabasan, Mateo, Rizal. Coino Adelfa, Pardo, Cebu City. Subarjaga Chuchi, Cagayan de Oro City. Lakdaw April, Lucena City. Reyes Jubel Christine, Camarines Sur, Bicol. No? Bato, Camarines Sur. Tropa Airabel, Isabela City, Basilan. Magliba Maricel, San Fabian, Pangasinan. Garcia Leonora, San Fernando City, La Union. Reyes Maria Rosalie, Banaba, San Mateo, Rizal. Liberato Heidi, Heidi Maris, Makati. Ramirez Lea, Mayamot, Antipolo City. Sabino Leslie, Naik, Cavite. Inolva Joymi, Tanza, Navota City. Carag Rosolo, Bagong Silangan, Quezon City. Rigor Hermina, Balayang, Victoria, Tarlac. Merano Cherimay, Marilao, Bulacan. Nakario Abigail, Imos City, Cavite. Dimakulangan Michelle, San Jose, Batangas. Araos, Mary Jane, San Jacinto, Pangasinan. Coronel Eileen, Santa Cruz, Laguna. Mancho Claudine, Bagong Barrio, Caloocan City. Ausente Alma, Manggahan, Commonwealth, Quezon City. Absalon Janice, Manggahan, Pasig City. De Vera Angel May, Mangaldan, Pangasinan. Refel Anara, Binangunan, Rizal. Delgado Chante, Caloocan City. Galietes Ayesa, Karanglaan, Alcala, Pangasinan. Marilo Digea, Alabang, Muntinlupa City. Abelia Marvin, Dasmariñas, Cavite. Vidal Alejandro, Dagupan City. Gutierrez Charlene, Lingayen, Pangasinan. Nakaituna Vivencia, Cagayan de Oro City. Aglim Shikaina Grace, Mangaldan, Pangasinan. Francisco Maria, San Mateo, Rizal. Guevara Angelica, Balanga, Bataan. Ferrer Reynald, Mapandan, Pangasinan. Junio Paulo Marco, Ordanita City, Pangasinan. Valio Maria Teresa, Pangasinan, Malasiki, Pangasinan. Akailar Reynan, Tandang Sora, Quezon City. Prinsipe Julian, Tatalon, Quezon City. Dimla Paul Jan, Samal, Bataan. Ikina Maika, New Washington, Aklan. Francisco May Christine, Malati, Manila. Ledesma Evelyn, Las Piñas City. Balanlay Edwina, Lawang, Northern Samar. Cuevelias Cloan, Lipa City, Batangas. Dumato City, Nadia, Lanao del Norte. Bello Arlene, Muntinlupa City. Abrio Maria Clarice, Eastern Samar. De la Peña Stephanie Rose, Caloocan City. Powa Shinako, Santa Mesa, Manila. We also have Tamayo Leslie, Malasiki, Pangasinan. Paiti Ramil, Cubao, Quezon City. Ibalan Leslie, Quezon City. Spirito Roxanne Jane, Cagayan de Oro City. Jocadis Ryan, no? Pavia, Iloilo. Patiño Lizel, San Roque, Quezon City. Manggubat Rodelin, San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Canlas Everlyn, Tarlac. Pavilion Jimwell, Taytay, Rizal. Lalong Isip Loida, Manila. Makaraig Hanilit Joy, Basista, Pangasinan. Jao Jena, Taguig City. Jimenez Carl Vincent, Lingayen, Pangasinan. Ebro Feliz Camille, North Avenue, Diliman, Quezon City. Palacio Mivilin, Cagayan de Oro City. Cariño Patricia Marie, Mapandan, Pangasinan. Rivero Rowena, Valenzuela City. Lumingkit Aida, Batasan Hills, Quezon City. Remedios Merinol, Cagayan de Oro City. Bulala Marica Camille, San Pablo City, Laguna. Alusiman Janet, Carmona, Cavite. Pitalco Lance Alexis, Maliliko, Udyongan, Romblon. Honyo Pauline Joy, Bacnono, Bayambang, Pangasinan. Flores Joyce, Pangasinan. Caballero Ruela, Kasantaan, Santo Tomas, La Union. Ponsalan Maybelline, Santiago, Aliaga, Nueva Ecija. Balgan Justin, Michelle, Antipolo. Layaw Lionel, Dagupan Westi, Tabuk City, Kalinga. Linga, Apayaw, no? So these are our participants. Meron ba? Okay. Concepcion Sandra Caroline, Santos Joward, Valenzuela. Si Concepcion Sandra is from Santa Rita, Pampanga. Mapi Josie from Imus, Cavite. Si Sir Ray Formoso, no, nandito pa rin. Formoso Alessandro Ray, Antipolo City. Manawis Angelica Joy, Baguio City. Inocilias Elizabeth, Santa Mesa, Manila. Buchorno Mila, Bukidnon. Ano to? Dangkagan? Bukidnon. Raon Divina Rose, Sual, Pangasinan. Mansit Evelyn, Imus Cavite, Sarmiento John, Santa Barbara, Ilagan City, Isabela. Velasquez Dayan Kate, Mapandan, Pangasinan. Bonlang Jonalyn, Cainta, Rizal. Isidro Angela, Norsagaray, Bulacan. Santiago Allen, Ilagan, Isabela. Di Guzman Femi, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. Soriano Hector, Ujongan, Romblon. Salto Jan Paulo, dalawa na si Salto. Pasay City. Huasay Carla May, San Juan, Batangas. Padilla Raymark, Kasiguran, Aurora. Biligulo Asaf Sid, Santa Catalina, Negros Oriental. Burais Christine May, Dagupan City. Divina Gracia Ria Camille, Pamplona, Negros Oriental. Kapua May Jane, Dagupan City. Defensor Mijesa May, Sinikway, Lapus, Iloilo City. Martilino Erwin, Makati City. Okay, so those are our participants who have registered already, no, this morning. So welcome to the second day free webinar for bookkeepers. And I'm so happy because we have reached people in different diverse places, no? You can just imagine na dati ang kinikater natin only face-to-face and only a very limited people. Ngayon, because of the technology, because of the internet, because of the facilities of YouTube, we were able to reach out people in different parts of the Philippines, no? So thank you very much, YouTube, for this opportunity. And today, our discussion will be the continuation of yesterday, the preparation of basic financial statement based on records. Why I emphasize based on records? Because we cannot just make financial statements na gawa-gawa lang natin, no? It should be based on our records. Why? Because you have to reconcile the financial statements, the content of your financial statement from your records, no? From the VAT that you file, from the withholding tax, from the percentage tax, and all the records of your business transactions. So that's why you maintain the books of accounts. Ito lang, sobrang liit lang to, Hari, kasi dapat hinati mo to, no? This is the example of the income statement. As I told you, because of the very limited time that we have, hindi natin pwedeng i-discuss ito in detail, no? Kasi for income statement, mga isang linggo mong i-discuss ito per account, no? Pero sa atin ngayon, this is just an overview. No, you just expand your knowledge. Those of you who have background in accounting, more or less alam nyo na yung bawat account, no? And but as I told you also, that all the expenses, all the deductions, all the accounts in the income statement, may corresponding regulations yan na dapat mong sundin, no? That's why I told you also that this is not just a bookkeeping seminar. Why? Because we also teach you the rules and regulation in bookkeeping. No? Hindi yan tinuturo sa school, hindi yan tinuturo sa TESDA, the rules and regulation in bookkeeping. So in the preparation of the income statement, which I told you should be coming from your records, the income statement contains the name of the company and then the period covered. So in this case, year ended December 31, 2017. And it contains notes, no? Kasi notes are also very important. It contains the disclosure or the explanations per account. So, as an example, we start with the net sales. Why net sales? Because your records will be gross sales, but there are some deductions just like sales discount, sales return. So you have the net sales. No? So these are already adjusted sales. no? As we learned yesterday na may mga adjustment tayo sa books of accounts. So this is net sales, meaning adjusted na siya. And there is explanation in note 1, no, sa disclosure. So the net sales in this example is 9 million. And remember that sales, sabi ko sa inyo, is a regulated account. Why? Kasi yung sales, when you declare sales, dapat, for BIR purposes, may kasama yan na resibo. Recorded yan in your sales book. And then, everything in the amount, which is 9 million, should have receipts issued for that sales, no? Kaya itong 9 million, dapat may resibo kayo nito. Why? In case na itong 9 million, hindi ninyo niresubuhan, either sales invoice or official receipt, yun lang yung resibo natin na for sale of services, official receipt. For sale of goods, sales invoice, no? So this net sales na 9 million, as I told you, meron tong resibo. The moment yung 9 million, 8 million lang yung may resibo, 1 million walang resibo, then you will be charged of non-issuance of receipts, and that is a violation with penalty, no? Patayin mo yung langaw. May langaw dito. Okay. So, and then you declare also other income if you have other income. And then another is investment income, no? So, for other income, you have 900,000, investment income 500,000. So, you have total income of 10,400,000. So, that is your total income. From the total income, you are allowed to deduct expenses, no? So, sabi ko din sa inyo, these deductions na mga allowable deductions that we can deduct from a total income are also regulated, no? So this meron siya dito na increase in inventory. So dinidak niya, no? So net purchases niya is 5,900,000. So meaning this company is a merchandising concern, no? So kasi nagbebenta siya ng inventory, may purchases siya. So this purchases is 5,900,000. So meron siyang employee benefit cost, sales commission, advertising, supplies expense, delivery expenses, depreciation, taxes and licenses, doubtful account, other expenses, and then finance cost. So income before tax is 2,130,000. Income tax expense is 580,000, and then net income, after tax is 1,550,000. Remember now that our income tax rate is either 25, for the corporation is either 25% or 20%. Kailan siya mag 25%? If your net income is more than 5 million, no? So in this case, kung i-apply natin yung tax rate under the CREATE law, since wala namang 5 million yung kanyang net income, so ang tax rate dito is 20%, no? Okay. Dito sa presentation ng income, dapat dito yung sales less direct cost or cost of sales, no? So yung direct cost of sales mo is your net purchases na 5,900,000. I-deduct mo yung increase in inventory, so you have now a gross profit, no? I-deduct mo yan doon sa net sales mo, so you can have a gross profit. So for corporation dito sa atin sa Pilipinas, you have to show the gross profit amount. Ibig sabihin, sales less cost of sales equals gross profit. Why? Because we are required to pay the 2% minimum corporate income tax. Kaya itong ganitong presentation, sa US ito na wala silang minimum corporate income tax, but in the Philippines, you have to show the gross profit, which is sales less cost of sales, no? And then itong other income, investment income, sa baba mo na to i-present, no? So, for the deductions, for the allowable deductions, so we have the employee benefit cost. So, sa employee benefit cost, kasama na dyan yung salaries. And when we have the salaries, you are required to withhold. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, hindi lang tayo basta-basta nag bibigay ng deductions But that deductions are also regulated and should also conform with the regulatory requirements. So when you claim employees benefits inclusive of salaries, dapat yung employees benefits na yan, may kasama yan na withholding tax on compensation kung mayroon siyang taxable na salaries, no? So you have to withhold the withholding tax on compensation from the salary of the employee. And the employee's salaries should conform also with the requirement of the labor, no? The Department of Labor and Employment. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, ang mga expenses natin are also regulated. And the employee's salaries, the employees should also have their benefits. Ano yung mga benefits nila? Yung SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig, no? So those are the employees' benefits. For the sales commission, ano yung rule natin sa sales commission? If you are giving commission to your employee, then that sales commission should form part of the salary of the employee. Pero kung you are giving commission to other persons, not your employee, then the sales commission is subject to withholding tax of 10%. No? Advertising is subject to 2% withholding tax. Supplies expense, walang withholding yan. Delivery expenses, this is services, subject to 2% withholding tax. Depreciation, subject to computation, which is, ang sabi ko kahapon sa inyo, the allowable depreciation method is straight line, no? And then you have to consider the estimated useful life of the assets. And then the taxes and licenses. Ang taxes and licenses, so many requirements po ito, no? Ano mga requirements natin for the taxes and licenses? For the taxes and licenses, only the basic tax can be claimed. Yung mga penalties, surcharge, interest penalties, that should be charged in your written earnings for purposes of computing your income tax due, hindi siya kasama, no? So that is for taxes and licenses. And taxes and licenses should be claimed only those pertaining to the taxable period. So halimbawa, for the taxes and licenses, sinama mo yung real property tax that you pay on the property you use in business. That real property tax, halimbawa, at one time, nagbayad ka for 5 years. Yung 1 year lang pertaining to 2017, yun lang pwede mo i-claim. Yung the rest, na another 4 years, hindi mo pwede i-claim yan. No? So, may maraming restrictions po ang taxes and licenses. Ang income tax, hindi yan pwedeng i-claim as deduction. Why? Kasi doon yan, deduction mo sa written earnings. Remember that what we are computing here is the income tax. That's why the income tax itself is not deductible. Also, the value-added tax payment is not deductible as taxes and licenses. Bakit? Because value-added tax has a contra account. And when we say value-added tax has a contra account, meron niyang output and input mechanism. No? So, yung output, less input, yan ang mechanics ng VAT. Kaya hindi siya pwedeng i-deduct dito as taxes and licenses. No? Okay. Doubtful account, marami ka pang, this is already write-off, no? Ang daming requirements before you can direct write-off the doubtful account. No? Dapat yung doubtful account mo, you have an exhaustive effort that to collect the account but to no avail, kaya pwede mo na siya i-claim. No? And then meron kang board resolution dito declaring the account to be not collectible anymore, so you write it off, no? Kasi pag doubtful account pa lang, actually hindi pa yan pwedeng i-deduct, no? So in this case, itong doubtful account na ni-write off na, so uncollectibles na talaga. Other expenses, be sure na these other expenses sa atin yan, miscellaneous expenses, no? So be sure that these other expenses is not required for withholding tax purposes. Kasi kung ang other expenses mo, meron pa diyang mga expenses subject to withholding, you are going to withhold. No? So for this finance cost, this is a direct deductions on the investment income. No? Kasi nag-invest ka so may cost of money. Imagine yung investment income mo is 500,000 and then yung finance cost mo is 200,000. Okay? So income before tax is 2,130,000. Income tax expense mo in this example is 580,000. So you have your net income of 1,550,000. Saan pupunta itong net income mo na 1,550,000? Pupunta siya doon sa yung net retained earnings, no? So yun yung residual account. Okay. So, dito sa ating income statement, we have note 1, note 2, note 3. These are disclosures or explanation on the income statement, and these are mandatory requirement. No? So, these are the example for our note 1, the net sales. The explanation for net sales, figure lang to, pero dapat meron pa yung parang essay, no? Na explanation. So, yung net sales mo is the gross sales, 9,300,000. So, there is a sales return and allowance na 100, sales discount of 200. So, you have a net sales of 9 million. No? So, yun ang disclosure mo or yun yung explanation. For note 2, you have other income, interest revenue, 180,000, dividend revenue, 120,000, rent revenue, 100,000, gain from expropriation, 500,000. Remember, some of this, itong mga other income niya, kagaya ng itong dividend income, this is subject to final tax, no? Kaya pagdating sa tax due, hindi mo to isasama, no? So, yung dividend revenue. For the rent revenue, kasama din ito because subject siya sa income tax. Gain from expropriation also kasama, no? Yung 500,000. Interest revenue, depende. Kasi yung interest, if paid by accredited financing institutions, isa subject na niya ito sa final tax of 20%. So, hindi na rin siya taxable for ordinary income tax purposes. Pero in this case, kung siya yung nagpapautang, sa halimbawa, nag-earn siya ng interest income because nagpapautang siya, financing company siya, then subject siya sa ordinary income tax. Okay. So, note 3, investment income. Share in net income of associate na 25%, no? So, 500,000. Okay. Balikan natin yung kanina. Interest revenue, dividend revenue, rent revenue, gain from expropriation. No? So, yung kanyang investment income is 500,000, which is the net income from associate. No? So, 500,000. Okay. Note 4, increase in inventory. No? So, inventory niya December 31 is 2 million. Inventory niya ng January 1 is 1,500,000. So, meron siyang increase in inventory na 500,000. Okay. As a result of purchases yan, ha? Kasi ang inventory is directly affected by purchases. Okay. Net purchases. Purchases is 6 million. Freight in is 300,000. Purchase return and allowance is 150. Purchase discount 250. So we have net purchases of 5,900,000. Sandali lang, ha. Masakit ang tuhod ko. Buksan mo yung pinto dyan. Hinaan mo muna yung aircon. Napakalamig. Ano ba yung ginawa mo sa aircon? 17? Sige, ang lamig. Sakit ng tuhod ko. Buksan mo muna. Excuse lang po. Sandali. Mahirap yung matanda na, may rayuma na. Okay. Yan, isara mo lang yan kasi daming langaw dyan. Yun lang. Okay. So, tuloy po tayo, no, for the disclosure on the net purchases. So, our net purchases is 5,900,000. So, you're going to show what are the accounts that affects purchases, no? Okay. Note 6 is employee benefit cost. So, kasama yung salary, 600,000. SSS and PhilHealth, 20,000. Office salary, 650,000. SSS and PhilHealth ng office, 30,000. Bonuses, 100,000. So, total employee cost niya or salaries and wages is 1,400,000. Oh, okay. Take note na itong SSS and PhilHealth, employer's share lang to ha. Hindi kasama yung employee's share. Okay. For the note 7, we have supplies expense, no? Store supplies, office supplies. So total, bakit 1,400 ito? 50 at saka 70 lang. Oh? Okay. So total supplies expense natin is 120,000 lang yan. No? Lakas ng ulan ah. Okay. So, supplies expense total is 120,000. Why? Because we have store supplies of 50,000 and office supplies of 70,000. So, our total supplies expense is 120,000. Okay. So, note 8 for the depreciation, we have store, 150. We have depreciation office, 90. We have total depreciations of 240,000. So, yun po yung allowable depreciation that we claim. Okay. Other expenses, loss on sale of investment, no? 30,000. Loss on sale, disposal of property, 120,000. Casualty loss from earthquake, 170,000. Total, 320,000. In case that you have to declare these losses, may mga requirements din po ito, no? For the losses, you have to report this to the BAR within 45 days, no? And then the BAR will assign this to a revenue examiner, and then the revenue examiner will determine the cost of the loss, no? Hindi pwede yung maglagay kayo dito, sarili nyo lang, estimate ko to 30,000, estimate ko 170,000. No, may report po yung examiner dyan, no? May declaration of loss yan. You have to report to the BAR, and then the BAR will determine how much is the loss that you can claim after deducting yung insurance proceeds kung may insurance, no? So, hindi lahat ng loss mo can be claimed. May computation pa yung examiner dyan that it will deduct also the salvage value of the property, no? Na loss or na damage. And then we have note 10, the finance cost, no? Ano tong finance cost? Ito yung interest expense on bank loan and interest expense on bond payable, no? Kasi meron siyang bank loan, nangutang siya, and then meron siyang bond payable na nagbayad din siya ng interest, 150,000. So that the total finance cost is 200,000. Okay. So that those are the disclosures or explanation for the income statement. Okay. Now let's go to balance sheet, no? Balance sheet or statement of financial position and the disclosures. Okay. Bakit palagi nakakabit yung disclosures? Kasi mandatory when you make a balance sheet or statement of financial position, nandiyan na kaagad yung disclosures, no? Kasama yung explanations on the account. Okay. So, in this example, we have ABC Company Statement of Financial Position for December 31, 2017. No? So, we have the assets and then we have the notes. So, we have current assets, cash and cash equivalents, no? 500,000. We have financial assets at fair value, 200,000. Trade and other receivables, 700,000. Inventories, 900,000. Prepaid expenses, 50,000. So we have total current assets of 2,250,000. We also have the notes, no? So very important yung notes because mandatorily required by the SEC or the Securities and Exchange Commission, especially if the entity is a corporation. So we also have the non-current assets. So we have property, plant, and equipment, investment in associate at equity. We have long-term investment. We have intangible assets. Ito palagi ang intangible assets. These are very important and sa atin parang new. Pero this is already long time ago sa ibang bansa, no? And intangible assets, you cannot say na, ma'am, wala kami intangible assets. Remember na nasa digitized economy na tayo ngayon, no? We're living in a digitized world. And ano itong mga intangible assets na to? These are assets which has no physical attributes, no? Virtual. Walang physical presence. Pero napapakinabangan natin. Because intangible assets are assets which has no physical attributes but they are value drivers in our businesses. At ginagamit natin sila. No? Kaya anong mga characteristics ng intangible assets? Ang intangible assets stays longer than the tangible assets. No? Kasi intangible assets, hindi ito nabubulok. Samantalang yung tangible assets, nabubulok yan. No? So ano-ano yung mga examples natin ng intangible assets? Marami yan. Mamaya tingnan natin pagdating sa disclosures or sa notes. No? So we have other non-current assets of 100,000. So our total non-current assets is 13,200,000. Our total assets is 15,550,000. Ito yung total ng current assets and also the non-current assets. Excuse me, Hari. Si Giovanni, pabandahin mo dyan. Bandayan mo yung mga tatawag doon. Okay. Kasi may mga clients po. No? Anuhan mo doon. So, liabilities and shareholders equity natin. So, we have current liabilities. We have trade and other payables. 750,000. We have note payable, short-term debt, 400,000. We have current portion of bonds payable, 200,000. Warranty liability, 50,000. So we have total current liabilities of 1,400,000. Mamaya doon sa disclosures, doon natin yan i-explain, no? For the non-current liabilities, we have the bonds payable, remaining portion, na 1,800,000. Notes payable, 600,000. We have deferred tax liability, 100,000. So total current liabilities natin is 2,500,000. And then we have the shareholders equity. Share capital of 5 million, reserves 3 million, retained earnings 3,650,000. So our total shareholders equity is 11,650,000. No? So malaki. Total liabilities and shareholders equity is 15,550,000. Ito naman, ABC Company, Statement of Financial Position, same lang siya, nag-iba lang tayo ng title, no? Yung kanina balance sheet, ngayon Statement of Financial Position, pero same lang po sila, no? Let's go to disclosures. Let's go to disclosures. Okay. We are now, I am now explaining to you the balance sheet or the statement of financial position. So these are the disclosures or these are the explanations per account. So for note 1, we have cash and cash equivalents. So ano yung mga contents? Ano yung nandyan sa cash? Ano yung laman ng cash? So for the cash, we have the cash on hand of 40,000. We have cash in bank na 300,000. We have petty cash fund of 10,000. And we have the BSP Treasury bill, no, purchased in December and due siya ng March. So 3 months. So pasok siya sa cash equivalents, no? Na 3 months maturity, 150,000. So total cash and cash equivalent is 500,000. Okay. So remember na pag sinabi mong cash on hand mo yan. Yung cash in bank mo, 300,000. Pagdating na sa audit, you will be required to present yung passbook mo or certification from the bank na ito yung pera mo, 300,000. No? And then, you have the petty cash fund, the BSP treasury bill. No? Ipakita mo yung treasury bill mo, yung certificate. So you have the total cash and cash equivalent. Why? Very important during the audit that you are going to show your documents for the cash, because cash is very, very important account in the balance sheet. Why? Kasi dyan lahat ng bagsak, no? Ng lahat ng transactions involves cash. Kaya ang examiner gagawa yan ng cash analysis at yung cash account mo, titingnan niya lahat yan, i-reconcile niya lahat yan, because if there are unaccounted cash in your cash account, that will be treated as other income which is subject to tax. No? So, very important po yung cash. Kaya pag gumawa kayo ng account sa cash, kailangan yan supported by documents. No? Sometimes, during the audit, tinitingnan pa namin yung sales for the day, kung pumapasok ba yan doon sa bangko, no? Deposited. Why? Kasi siyempre, lalo-lalo na yung mga malalaking mall, halimbawa, malalaking company, everyday yan, malalaki ang sales, dapat hindi yan natutulog yung cash sa company, no? Nandoon yan sa bangko. So, everyday nagde-deposit sila. So, everyday, para ma-ascertain namin yung total cash generated by the from the sales, tinitingnan namin ngayon yan kung pumapasok yan doon sa bangko, no? It is deposited. Saan yan nakikita? Sa passbook, no? Okay. Excuse me. So that is for the cash and cash equivalent. Next, we have the trade and other receivables. No? Trade and other receivables are also very important because receivables, yung sales mo affect your accounts receivable. Saan pumupunta yung sales? Pag hindi siya napunta sa cash, pupunta siya sa receivables. No? So receivable is likewise very important. So account receivable is 550,000. Allowance for doubtful account. Sabi na natin, this allowance for doubtful account, hindi yan basta-basta nakiklaim yan, no? Di-disallow yan pagka kulang yung documentation mo dyan and exhaustive effort mo to collect, no? Halimbawa, naglagay ka lang dyan ng doubtful account, doubtful lang, ni-write off mo na kaagad, pwede pa namang kolektahin, no? I-disallow siya, ibalik, and then the amount, bayaran mo ng tax. Notes receivable is 100,000. Accrued interest on notes receivable. Oh, yan na. May accrued interest on notes receivable siya. Why? Kasi yung notes receivable usually long-term yan. And if it is beyond the term, halimbawa, binigyan mo ng term na 90 days. Pag beyond na, meron na dapat yan na notes receivable. No? There are cases that resist the court because of the disallowance ng receivable that nagkaroon ng adjustment yung tax authority because hinahanapan nila ngayon ng receivable, ng interest, yung receivable na napakalaki na generate ng company. At ano sabi ng company? Hindi kami nag-charge ng interest on our receivable. Which is, if you try to look at sa economic activity ng isang business, bakit ang laki ng receivables mo, hindi ka mag-charge ng interest, no? Parang you are condoning business transaction. No? Parang hindi siya normal na business transactions na nagpautang ka na napakalaki and yet hindi ka nagcha-charge ng interest. No? It is not an independent party transactions na nagpapautang tapos walang interest. Ano yun? For free. No? So, paano ka nagninegosyo kung interest-free yung receivables mo? Advances to employees collectible currently. No? Itong mga advances to employees are part of the receivable. Total trade and other receivables is 700,000. Okay. So that is the explanations for trade and other receivables. We also have our inventories. So, for the inventories, you have the finished goods, the goods in process, the raw materials, the manufacturing supplies. So, we have the total inventories. But take note also na these inventories will affect the kind of business that you have. Halimbawa, naglagay ka ng finished goods, naglagay ka ng manufacturing supplies. Ibig sabihin, yung functions mo is a manufacturing company. Hindi ka naman manufacturing company. Bakit may mga manufacturing supplies ka? Halimbawa, merchandising business ka lang. Bakit may raw materials ka? No? So, huling-huli ka ngayon na you are not reporting your true activity. No? So, take note. Note 4, prepaid expenses. No? So, we have office supplies unused. We have prepaid insurance. So, total prepaid expense is 50,000. So, ito yung prepaid expenses that are still in assets. At itong prepaid expenses, ito yung kasama dun sa sinasabi natin na adjusting entry kahapon, di ba? We separate the accrued expenses, yung used na office supplies, dinidak natin dun sa unused. Because the unused supply is still an asset, samantalang yung used na punta na siya doon sa income statement as an expense. Expense mo na. So, yun yung adjusting entry. Yung iba na iwan sa balance sheet, yung used na punta na sa income statement, kinlaim na as an expense. Ganon din sa prepaid insurance, di ba? For the prepaid insurance, yung na-accrue na, yung gamit na insurance, pupunta na siya ngayon sa income statement as an expense, as insurance expense. Yung hindi pa gamit, maiwan siya sa balance sheet as prepaid insurance, as assets. So, yun ang treatment. And then we have the property, plant, and equipment. No? These are examples of property, plant, and equipment. But if you are filing an income tax return and if you are filing for the SEC, may nire-require pa sila na lapsing schedule, no? Ito, parang listing lang to ng mga property, plant, and equipment. But for purposes ng filing sa income tax return, mayroon pa ginagawa doon yung lapsing schedule, yung carrying amount of the property, plant, and equipment per property, plant, and equipment. And then you have to show the depreciation, you have to show the additions and the deductions. Kung may nabenta ka, may disposal ka, no, during the year, papakita mo doon sa lapsing schedule and then yung balance or yung carrying value niya. No? So, mas mahaba yun, mas detalyado yung explanation sa lapsing schedule ng property, plant, and equipment. No? So, for the land, we have land of 1,500,000. We have building of 4,500,000. Machinery and equipment, 1 million. Furniture and fixtures, 300,000. Ito na, patterns, molds, dies, and tools. So, manufacturing company siya, no? Kasi mayroon siyang mga molds, dies, and tools. So, total is 7,400,000. The accumulated depreciation is 2,400,000. So, the carrying amount is 5 million. No? And then, i-deduct mo pa yan yung, ito na yung explanation niya on the accumulated depreciation. The building is 1,900,000. Machinery and equipment, 350,000. Furniture and fixtures, 150. Total accumulated depreciation Ito yung 2,400,000. No? Take note na itong accumulated depreciation, hindi ito yung claim expense mo pagdating sa income statement. Why? Because this is accumulated depreciation that will be deducted from the amount, no, ng property, plant, and equipment in order to arrive at its carrying value. Pero pagdating na sa income statement, on your claim for depreciation only for the current year. Halimbawa, yung accumulated depreciation mo na 2,400,000, that is for 3 years. So, isang year lang yung pwede mong i-claim. So, 2,400,000, magkano lang yung 1 year dyan? Kung 3 years yan, 800,000 lang. No? So, pagdating sa income statement, 800,000 lang yung deduction mo allowable for depreciation. Hindi yung accumulated na 2,400,000 because the 2,400,000 is for 3 years. You are allowed to claim only 1 year for income statement because remember, our income statement is only for one taxable period. And when we say one taxable period, that is for 1 year composed of 12 months. No? So, accumulated depreciation, di lahat yan kiniklaim sa income statement. So we have here the long-term investment, no? Plant expansion fund, 2 million. Financial assets at amortized cost, 3 million. Cash surrender value, 100,000. So our long-term investment is 5,100,000. Okay. Dito sa long-term investment, anong hahanapin dito ng examiner when you will be audited? Yung income. That's why, halimbawa, meron kang investment, pero hindi ka nag-declare ng income from investment, hahanapin sa iyo yan. No? So, see to it that if you declare long-term investment, meron kang income na corresponding na nakadeclare doon sa income statement. Kasi alam nyo, mag-asawa tong balance sheet at saka income statement. Kung ano yung nasa balance sheet, may karugtong yan doon sa income statement. No? May effect yan doon. Kaya, pag hindi ninyo na nagalaw, na reconcile na maigi, magkakaroon yan and the result is sometimes deficiency income. No? Okay, so intangible assets. Patayin mo nga muna yung aircon. Maano pa rin, malamig. Sakit yung tuhod ko. Okay, sige. Umuulan kasi, kaya malamig. Sige, next is note 7, the intangible assets. This is what I want to discuss to you, no? Kung ano yung intangible assets. Why? Because during the filing, no, ang dami yung na-audit na financial statements. Wala silang mga intangible assets in their balance sheet. No? Kasi yung accounting nila, hindi sila nilagyan or for so many years daw, they don't recognize intangible assets. Sabi ko sa kanila, it's about time na yung balance sheet ninyo may laman na intangible assets. Why? Ma'am, wala naman kami intangible assets. Ano ba yung intangible assets? Intangible assets are, sabi ko nga sa inyo, they are assets with no physical attributes. But they are there. Nandyan sila. No? So, ano yung example? So, dito, dalawa yung example binigay niya. The patent. Ano yung patent? This is patent, yung process na ginagamit mo sa manufacturing company mo, no? Pinapapatent mo kung ano yung process na yan. This patent is being regulated by the IPO. Dapat register yan para protected ka. Otherwise, yung patent mo, kahit sino na lang pwedeng gumamit. No? And our rule for patent is, pa-register natin yan sa IPO, Intellectual Property Office, and that patent is protected only for 20 years. After 20 years, that patent will become off patent, and that patent will become a public domain. When it becomes a public domain, anybody can use it. No? Kaya yung iba, bago mag-expire yung patent nila na 20 years, naka-develop na sila ng bagong patent. Halimbawa, meron silang product, patented. No? After 20 years, yung product na yan na-improve na nila. So mag-expire man yung patent, doon sa unang product nila, mayroon na silang mga bagong product. That's why these manufacturing companies keep on innovating their products. Otherwise, they will be out of business. Kasi pag nakopya na yung product mo, eh paano ka na? And then yung kumopya sa'yo, they were able to produce it at a lower cost, eh, wala ka ng negosyo. So anong ginagawa ng mga manufacturing companies? They keep on improving their product, no? To stay competitive and to stay in the market. So we also have trademark. So ano tong trademark? Trademark are marks na linalagay natin doon sa manufactured products natin, no? Ano 'yun? Yung mga logo, yung mga marks, no, or service marks natin. So trademarks are also registered in the IPO or the Intellectual Property Office, and they are also protected. Why? Because itong trademark na to kinokopya din to, especially if yung trademark mo is sikat na, no? Gagayahin nila yung trademark mo, yung mga logo mo, no, ng mga damit mo. Gagayahin nila yun. They will manufacture product of the same mark with you. So, akala ng mga customers sa iyo yun, no? So, affected ngayon yung negosyo mo. Kasi, ginaya ka na nung iba and then they were able to produce it at a lower cost. So, you're out of business. Kaya yung trademark are also protected, no? Binabayaran din yan, register sa IPO. And once registered at ginaya ng iba, you can sue them or you can go to court to stop them from engaging or from manufacturing the same product with you at saka bearing the same trademark with your product. No? So yun yung advantage pagka ang intangibles mo are protected. No? Kasi pinaparegister na din yan. Because intangible assets are also registrable. At pag ang intangible assets mo hindi mo pa register, kawawa ka kasi pag ginaya, hindi ka protected ng batas. No? So ano pa yung mga intangible assets? There are so many intangible assets. Sabi ko sa client, ma'am, wala kami intangible assets. May website ba kayo? Ma'am, meron. So website is an intangible asset. No? May physical property ba yung website? Wala, nakikita mo lang, nandyan sa loob ng computer. Pag wala kang computer, hindi mo rin makikita. No? So those are intangibles. So ano pa? Ano pa yung mga intangibles natin? Napakarami niyan. Artificial intelligence, halos digitized world na tayo ngayon. Yung website mo, yung YouTube channel is also an intangible. No? And in fact, you are earning income also from the YouTube channel. So those are intangibles. Kaya nga sabi ko, maglagay kayo ng intangible assets nyo kahit ano dyan sa balance sheet. So pag dumaan na sa akin yung mga client nagpapa-audit, pinapalagyan ko talaga ng intangible assets. Kasi pa sabi ko, parang kawawa naman kayo pag ngayon wala kayong intangible assets. Ano kayo? Wala kayong internet? No? Sasabihin nyo, wala kayong intangible assets. I-digitized world na tayo. So, meron talaga, no? And you have to know what are intangible assets. There are so many intangible assets. Okay. Other non-current assets. So, ano yung mga non-current assets? Long-term refundable deposits. Ito yung mga deposits ng customer, no? Long-term advances to officers, no? Mga advances to officers. Long-term. So, these are classified as non-current assets. So total other non-current assets is 100,000. We have note 9, no? Trade and other payables. So for the trade and other payables, we have examples are accounts payable, notes payable, accrued interest on notes payable, income tax payable. No? So yung income tax pwede yung isama sa payable kasi payable naman talaga yan, hindi pa bayad, no? Hindi bawal. Pero yung income tax na i-claim mo as an expense in your income tax income statement, yun po yung bawal because income tax is not a deductible expense in computing income tax due. No? Pero dito sa payable, pwede. Kasi payable lang naman to. So, income tax payable, 50,000. Dividends payable, 100,000. Accrued expenses, 85,000. Remember na itong mga trade and other payables na nakalagay dito, may mga basic documentation to ha. Huwag kayong maglagay dito na walang documents, no? Kagaya ng dividends payable, ano dapat ang documentation mo dyan? The declaration, no? Board resolution at saka yung approval ng board na meron ng declaration ng dividend. Because without that, hindi mo pwedeng i-accrue yung dividend payable. Hindi mo pwedeng i-recognize at ilagay dito na payable siya. Accrued expenses, total trade and other payables, so you have 750,000, which should, yung dito sa notes mo, should reconcile with the amount na nandoon sa balance sheet mo. No? So these are only examples. Sa actual, mas marami pa. At saka sa actual, it depends on the business of your client. No? So kasi pag service business, iba yung mga chart of accounts. Pag merchandising business, iba rin. Pag transportation companies, iba din. Shipping companies, no? Iba-iba yan. That's why, yung mga chart of accounts ninyo, magbabago din siya. No? Pero yung standard sa accounting treatment per account, halos pare-pareho lang yan. Now, let's go to the statement of cash flow. No? Sa YouTube channel natin dito sa tax training, meron akong video dyan on the tips on how to make cash flow fast and easy. No? Parang tinuruan lang din ako noon eh. No? Yung gagawan mo ng increase-decrease, yung balance sheet mo, no? Increase-decrease, yung 2 years. Comparative, lagyan mo na siya ng increase-decrease, tapos itotal mo lahat yung increase-decrease pagka tali yan, i-plot mo na lang siya doon sa statement of cash flow. Doon mo na kukunin doon sa increase-decrease. So, napakabilis lang. So, try to look at the tips on how to make cash flow fast and easy. Meron po tayo dyan sa video natin. That is a pre-recorded video. No? So, preparation of the statement of cash flow. So, the format statement of cash flows can now be prepared from the preceding summary of operating, investing, and financing activities. No? Kasi, ano ba yung activities ng company? Operating, tapos nag-invest siya, and then may financing activities siya. No? That's why doon sa preparation natin, sa recording natin, sa books of accounts, ano lang yung financial statements doon na pinipare natin from the trial balance? Only 2, di ba? The income statement and the balance sheet. Why? Because the preparation of the statement of cash flow is coming from the balance sheet, no? And then, ang balance sheet na yan or the statement of financial position natin is 2 years, no? Preceding yan yung comparative. Kaya ang presentation natin ng financial statement is 2 years. Bakit? Kasi based on that 2 years, gagawa tayo ng statement of cash flow, no? Yung increase, decrease nung 2 years na yan. And it is mandatory, ha? Mandatory po yan. Hindi pwede na isang year lang ang i-declare nyo sa financial statement. 2 years yan, comparative. Magiging 1 year lang yung presentation ninyo ng financial statement if it is the first year of operation or short period return. Pero kung existing na, may preceding year na operation, dapat 2 years po talaga ang presentation ng financial statement. No? To give way to the preparation of the statement of cash flow and also the statement of changes in equity. No? Kaya galing tayo doon sa recording natin sa books of accounts, only 2 statements were prepared, the balance sheet and the income statement. No? Because from the balance sheet, you can now prepare the statement of cash flow. Okay. These are the examples. No? Examples lang. ABC Company, we have the statement of cash flows for the year ended December 31, 2019. No? So we have the net income, 1 million, we have the increase in accounts receivable. Kaya nga nandito na yung mga increase-decrease. At alamin nyo na lang saan nyo ilalagay yung mga increase-decrease, no? Increase in accounts receivable, 60,000. Decrease in notes receivable, 50,000. Pagka may, anong tawag doon? In close parenthesis siya, ibig sabihin deduction, no? Pag wala, you have to add, no? So, yung increase in accounts receivable, deduct, no? From the decrease in inventory, ano siya? Hindi siya in close in parenthesis, so you have to add, no? Decrease in inventory, decrease in notes receivable, decrease in prepaid expenses. O, ito naman, gain on sale of investment, no? Naka-enclose siya sa parenthesis, so you have to deduct. Loss on sale on equipment, depreciation, amortization of patent, increase in accounts payable, decrease in notes payable, decrease in accrued expenses. So, lahat yan puro deduction. So, net cash provided by operating activities is 1,270,000. No? So, may karugtong pa yan. Ha? Alamin nyo na lang kung ano yung rules on the decrease and increase, ha? At saka kailan siya i-deduct sa cash. So, remember na i-deduct mo siya sa cash pagka yung effect niya is nagbawas siya ng cash, ginamit siya ng cash. Idagdag mo naman siya pagka nag-generate siya ng cash, no? Kagaya ng increase in accounts receivable. Bakit deduction siya sa cash? Kasi lumaki yung accounts receivable mo, ibig sabihin yung ibang cash napunta doon sa accounts receivable. Oh? Decrease in notes receivable, bakit add siya sa cash? Because yung decrease in notes receivable, ibig sabihin nakakolekta ka ng 50,000. Since nakakolekta ka, nadagdagan yung cash mo ng 50,000. No? So yun po yung ibig sabihin. Kaya, para hindi kayo ma-confuse, imagine nyo na lang, what is the effect of these transactions? Nagdapat doon sa cash o nabawas sa cash? No? Okay. And then we have the cash flows from investing activities. So nag-invest na tayo. Sales of investment. Sale of investment, 240,000. Add to cash. Why? Kasi nagbenta ka. So, nadagdagan yung cash mo. Sale of equipment, 60,000. So, bakit dagdag? Kasi nakagbenta ka ng equipment, nadagdagan yung cash mo. Purchase of land, 1 million. Bakit nakaparenthesis? Ibig sabihin, deduct. Why deduct? Kasi bumili ka ng land, ginamit mo yung cash. No? So, ganun lang ka-simple. No? Logical. No? Purchase of equipment, 400,000. Bakit naka-parenthesis? Deduction. Why deductions? Kasi bumili ka ng equipment, ginamit mo yung cash. No? So, net cash used in investing activities is 1,100,000. So, ginamit mo yung cash. So, deduction siya sa cash. No? Cash flows from investing activities. No? So, sale of investment. Nagbenta ka ng investment, dagdag sa cash. Sale of equipment, 500,000, dagdag sa cash. Bakit purchase of land ito? Purchase of equipment. No? So, purchase of land, bakit dagdag siya? Siguro sale of land ito, hindi purchase. No? Net cash used in investing activities. No? So, 230,000. Increase in cash and cash equivalents, 400,000. Add cash and cash equivalents. No? So, January 1, 200,000. So, cash and cash equivalents, December 31, 600,000. So, nakuha mo na ngayon yung ending na cash mo sa balance sheet. Yan yung, pagbukas mo ng balance sheet, yun kaagad-agad, yung makikita mo na account, yung cash, no? So, yung cash na 600,000 na account mo na. Kasi, ang unang tingnan dyan, sa balance sheet mo, cash. Yung maraming cash to, 600,000. So, saan niya ginamit ang cash? Titingnan ka agad. That's why, ang cash flow is also a favorite source ng audit findings. Bakit? Kasi nandito lahat eh. Saan mo ginamit yung cash mo? Saan galing yung cash mo? No? So, very important po yung cash. And during the tax audit, ginagawan ito ng cash analysis. No? Cash analysis report. And any cash that is not accounted for, ibig sabihin, nandyan siya sa cash flow mo, pwede mo alam kung saan galing, that will be treated as other income, no? Unreported cash is treated as other income. Unaccounted cash treated as other income. Okay. So we have the statement of changes in equity or capital, no? Bilis lang tayo because I want to discuss to you the computerized accounting system bago mamayang hapon kasi we only have 2 hours. Discuss ko sa inyo yung e-sales reporting because there are so many concerns sa e-sales reporting at saka kawawa yung taxpayer, napakalaki ng penalties, no? So, statement of changes in equity or capital. Ito yung last topic natin dito, no? Kasi dapat yung computerized books of accounts mamayang hapon pa, but isama na natin ngayon because napakahaba po ng topic natin this afternoon. Okay. So, we have the statement of changes in equity or capital. No? Ito na siya, yung example. ABC Company Statement of Changes in Equity year ended December 31, 2017. No? So, balance is January 1. We have the share capital, we have the reserve, and we have the retained earnings. No? So, for January, balances ng January 1, for share capital, we have 5 million. For the reserve, 2 million. And for the retained earnings, we have 1 million. No? San galing yung retained earnings? No? Kasi balances ito ng January 1. So, ito yung ending balance nung 2016. No? Beginning balance siya for December 2017. No? For January 2017. Okay. So, correction of error resulting from prior year under depreciation, no, is 100,000. So, tingnan nyo ha, yung correction of error, nasaan siya? Dito siya sa written earnings. Direct deduction siya sa written earnings. But do not do that pagka meron kayong mga correction of error sa inyong mga tax return. Kasi ito yung ginagaya nila na yung correction of error resulting from prior year under depreciation, ang ginagawa nila, i-reflect na lang yung correction na yan on the current date. Hindi po ganun ang tax, no? Kasi sa tax, may ano yan may time, no? May period, may taxable period yan. At saka, ang income statement, meron siyang residual account which is retained earnings. Sa tax, wala pong residual account, no? Kaya hindi ka pwedeng mag-correction of error ng tax mo sa current period. No, walang ganon. No? So, anong gagawin mo pag nagkamali ka sa tax period mo? Doon mo talaga siya i-correct sa period na covered. So, anong gagawin mo? Mag-amend ka ng return mo. No? Hindi kagaya sa accounting error na current mo na siya i-correct sa written earnings, no? Kasi written earnings is the residual account. Lahat ng account, doon ang bagsak sa written earnings, no? Change in accounting policy from weighted average to FIFO, no? Credit, 300,000. Ito yung accounting policy, no? So, issuance of 10,000 ordinary shares sa share capital naman to, no? 1 million. Issuance of 5,000 preference share, 250,000. Comprehensive income, net income, kasi changes in equity ito. So, saan galing itong net income? Dito, doon sa income statement natin, which is the 1,550,000, no? So, we have other comprehensive income na 50,000. Dividends declared during the year, 400,000, no? Kasi kumita sila That's why may dividend, no? 400,000. Current appropriation for contingencies, 200,000. No? So, nakadeduct na siya sa written earnings. So, balance is December 31 for the account na share capital, 6,250,000 for the reserve, 3 million for the written earnings, 2,150,000. So, more or less yan po yung ating statement of changes in equity. No? And we are ano na ating time, no? We are in a hurry because kulang na kulang yung ating time. Imagine yung this free webinar for bookkeepers, ilang hours lang to? 8 hours, 4 hours kahapon, 4 hours ngayon. And we have so many topics. That's why i-concise na natin and we have the computerized books of accounts as our next topic. No? Na dapat mamayang hapon pa to, but since yung hapon natin, napakarami ng topics, hindi kakayanin. That's why, isama na natin in the morning. No? So, for the computerized books of accounts, ito yung latest. Ito yung latest. Because yung mga previous natin na webinar for bookkeepers, we're discussing yung mga lumang regulations pa, memorandum, na luma. Ito yung latest. Ito yung yung 10-2020 dated February 6, 2020 na iba na yung requirements doon sa mga dating requirements for the use of computerized accounting system, no? Ano tong pagbabago dito sa Revenue Memorandum 10-2020? Hindi na kailangan ng permit to use, no? Suspending the requirement for permit to use PTO or the computerized accounting system or the CAS, and also the computerized books of accounts, CBA, and or components thereof, and allowing their use subject to compliance requirement. Pwede nyo nang gamitin yung inyong computerized accounting system, yung software ninyo, hindi na kailangan ng permit to use. No? Ano na lang yung kailangan? Compliance requirement. Gagawa na lang kayo ng affidavit nyo, submit it to the BAR that your accounting system is compliant with the BAR requirements. No? So, sino nakakaalam nun? Of course, your service provider, yung supplier ninyo ng accounting system ninyo, kung kanino nyo yan binili, o kung pinagawa nyo yan sa programmer nyo, kayo ang nakakaalam niyan kung compliant ba siya o hindi. And usually, ano yung compliant na nagkakaroon ng problema on the compliant? Sa rate of tax, no? Especially kung foreign yung software na yan, and then hindi siya compliant with the rate of tax here in the Philippines. So, huwag kayong bumili ng hindi compliant dito sa Pilipinas. But, ngayon, alam na yan ng mga vendors, alam na yan ng mga gumagawa ng accounting software, na yan ang problema. So, anong ginagawa nila? Meron na silang accounting system with multiple tax rates. So, anong gagawin nyo with multiple tax rates? I-switch nyo na lang kung anong rates, compliant na siya. No? So, ganun na ngayon kasi sa dami na nang gumagawa ng accounting system, nag-iiba na, nag-i-improve na. So, this RMO 10-2020, ito yung mga ni-revoke niya na or inamend niya na mga regulations, no? So, pursuant to the provision of Section 232 to 235 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, ang dito pang nung ginawa itong 10-2020, February 2020, yung last amendment niya is the train law. Pero pag tiningnan mo ngayon ang tax code natin, our last amendment is the create law, no? Hindi na train law. Kaya luma na to. Luma na yung train law kasi may bago na yung create law, no? So, in relation to Republic Act number 9485, Anti-Red Tape Act of 2007, and the Republic Act 11032, Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018. So, para mabilis na, wala nang permit to use, affidavit na lang, no? Okay. So, suspend the issuance of permit to use computerized accounting system, computerized books of accounts, and or components thereof. Ano yung provided dito? Ano yung memorandum order na inamen niya? Yung RMO 21-2000 at saka yung RMO 29-2002. No? Okay. Yung RMO 29-2002, kasama ako na gumawa niya, no? Deliberations, ang tagal. At saka yung writing ng regulations, RMO na yan, kasama ako dyan. Okay. So, all taxpayers with pending application for permit to use cash, kasi bakit tinanggal yung permit to use cash? Napakatagal ng BAR mag-approve ng isang permit to use computerized accounting system. Kaya yun ang nireklamo ng mga taxpayers because ang kasalanan nandoon dahil sa sobrang tagal ng pagbibigay ng permit to use, no? Kasi kulang din ng mga technical persons ang BAR to handle that, no? Saka walang gustong humawak. So all taxpayers with pending applications for permit to use CAS, CBE, and components were filed with the National Accreditation Board and were assigned to the technical working group for evaluation. As of the effectivity of this circular shall be allowed to use such CAS, CBE components in the absence of required PTU or permit to use, no? Okay, so ano na lang yung gagawin nila dahil wala ng permit to use, no? So ito na. Okay. Ang gagawin nila is to make a notarized sworn statement or the affidavit, no? At i-attach nila yung summary of system description. Ano yung system description? Yung description ng kanilang accounting system, no? And then the description ng commercial invoices or yung sample. Yung receipts, document description forms, records and reports specification, ang dami niyan. No? So, sino nakakaalam niyan? Kung kayo yung user ng computerized accounting system, hindi nyo alam lahat yan. Sino may alam? Your service provider or yung programmer ninyo na gumawa niyan. No? So, this records and report specification executed and signed by the taxpayer, company's authorized representative, including the special power of attorney, board resolution, or secretary certificate stating such authority. So remember, meron na tayong Data Privacy Act ngayon, no? Hari, di ba ni-require din tayo ng PRC? Nagawa mo na? No? So very strict po ngayon ang Data Privacy Act, no? Okay. So, sample print copy of system-generated principal and supplementary receipts. When we say principal receipts, ito yung official receipts at saka sales invoice. Yung supplementary receipts, yan yung mga ginagamit ninyong receipts just like acknowledgement receipt, collection receipt, supplementary lang yan. But the principal receipts are the official receipts and the sales invoice. No? As defined under Section 2 of Revenue Regulations 18-2012, showing compliance with RR number 16-2018 if applicable. So itong mga regulations na to, basahin ninyo to kasi ito yung nagre-regulate ng mga resibo, no? 18-2012 at saka yung 16-2018, no? So ano yung features ng resibo ngayon, di ba? Ang validity niya is only 5 years. But I don't think sa system generated, no? Kung mag-expire din siya kasi bakit? System na kasi ang nag-i-issue. So, dapat hindi siya mag-expire. No? Okay. So, sample print copy of system-generated books of accounts. Kasi dapat yung books of accounts nyo, kahit system-generated niya, yan, same format din siya with the manual books of accounts. At saka yung mga kailangan na mga information dapat nandoon. No? So, ano yun? Books of accounts as but not limited to general journal, general ledger, sales journal, purchase journal, inventory book, no? Very important. Mamaya yung mga other books of accounts, kaya ang i-discuss ko sa inyo is Revenue Regulations VIDAS 1 because that is complete and that is the mother of bookkeeping regulations, no? Nandoon kung ano yung mga klase ng books, iba't ibang klaseng books that you are going to maintain. Cash receipts book and cash disbursement book reflecting the mandatory fields stated in RR 9-2009 if applicable. No? Yung 9-2009 yun yung sa computerized accounting system din. No? So we have also the in the absence of required PTO or permit to use, no? Yung acknowledgement receipt, acknowledgement certificate, meron tayong sample mamaya. shall be prepared and issued by the Technical Working Group Secretariat of the RDO, no, or the Large Taxpayers Office, where the taxpayer is registered, following the herein prescribed format in Annex B. No? When I was in the BAR, aside from being in the assessment, trabaho ko to nasa technical working group ako nitong mga uh, evaluation ng mga accounting system, no? At ako rin ang gumagawa ng mga permit para sa permit to use this accounting software, no? Accounting system. Okay. Kaya alam ko to, no? Naloko pa ako dito ng isang company. No? So, where the taxpayer is registered following the herein prescribed format in Annex B, no? The said certificate must be issued within 3 working days from the receipt of the above-mentioned requirements, with a control number which shall be indicated or reflected on the face of the principal and/or supplementary receipts or invoices to be generated from the systems in order to authorize the use of such receipts or invoices. No? So, kasi di ba ang mga resibo may permit to use, no? Authorized to use. So, anong gagawin dito? The said certificate must be issued within 3 working days from the receipt of the requirements. So, yung control number indicated or reflected on the face of the principal and or supplementary receipts. So, invoices to be generated from the system to authorize the use of such receipts. No? Kasi kailangan yung permit to use to print receipts, no? Kasi iba kasi ang resibo yung that is regulated and mayroon niyang serial number, no? So hindi ka lang basta-basta makakapag-print. Okay. Ito naman sa loose leaf, no? Pagka loose leaf of books of accounts and the taxpayer opted to maintain or yun ang gagamitin niya, loose leaf books of accounts. Ano naman yung application niyan? Doon yan pinaprocess sa RDO, having jurisdiction of the taxpayer. No? So, lahat ng computerized accounting system, books of accounts, components, the permit to use shall be subject to post-evaluation to check compliance with existing revenue issuances. Pwede na nilang gamitin yung kanilang system without the permit to use, pero i-evaluate sila, meron silang post-evaluation kung compliant ba talaga. Why? Kasi during the submission ng affidavit, nakalagay doon sa affidavit na compliant siya with the requirement ng BAR. So anong gagawin ng BAR ngayon? O sige, gamitin mo na yung system mo, pero i-evaluate kita after na post-evaluation na lang. Okay. Separate revenue issuance shall be issued relative to the post-evaluation in coordination with the assessment service of the Bureau. Kasi, sino ba bang mag-evaluate dito? Siyempre, mga examiners, dagdag to sa trabaho ng examiners, no? Kaya minsan, yung mga examiners, hilong-hilo na. Why? Kasi hindi lang assessment work yung pinapatrabaho sa kanila, pati ito, no? Pati yung mga non-assessment work, mga technical, kasama na rin pinapagawa sa mga examiners, no? Kaya yung minsan yung ibang examiners silong-hilo na namimili ng district kasi may district kagaya sa RDO 39, the only unique district in the Philippines kasi sakop mo yung national office and all the non-resident, the international transactions are processed in RDO 39. Ang daming examiners na umaayaw dyan, no? Ayaw talaga ma-assign dyan kasi ang daming trabaho. And ako naman, I stayed in RDO 39 for 9 years, no? So, diyan ko lahat naranasan yung sobrang dami ng trabaho, no? Na feeling ko parang coffee ako na 5-in-1, no? Kasi during my time, nag-chief ako ng registration, but at the same time, concurrent ako na supervisor sa assessment, no? And then concurrent ako na trainer ng BAR, so I conducted training seminars all over the Philippines. And then, ang dami ko pang sinasalihan ng mga technical working group, yung mga acceptance ng BAR projects. So, dyan talaga ako na exposed sa sobrang dami ng trabaho. Pero, bandang huli, umayaw ako. Bakit? Kasi sa sobrang dami ng trabaho, pag minsan may pumalpakan na trabaho, mapagalitan ka ng taxpayer, no? Hindi ko makalimutan yun, na pinagalitan ako ng taxpayer. Kasi hinahanap niya yung kanyang certificate of registration. Kasi nga, concurrent ako chief na registration. Kasi iniwan daw niya sa akin. O, tama naman, iniwan sa akin, naalala ko rin. And then when I asked her, ano yung name ng certificate of registration mo? Sabi niya, ganito. So, hanap ako ng hanap dun sa files. Wala talaga, as in wala. Sabi ko, wala po eh, ganun. Pinagalitan niya ako kasi nga daw, bakit wala eh, ganun na daw. So, sumakit talaga yung ulo ko, hanap ako ng hanap. Tapos, second day, bumalik na naman siya. So, galit kasi sabi ko, sige po, hanapin ko pa. Hanap. Sabi ko, nung kahahanap na, sabi ko, ano po ba yung business name nung COR mo? Sabi niya, ganito. Ano po yung pangalan ng may-ari? Ganito. Yun pala, ang binibigay niya sa akin ng pangalan, business name. Ang hinahanap ko doon sa registered name. So, hindi kami magpang-intindi. Nakikita ko lang pala, nandun lang sa file yung COR niya. Pero, napagalitan na ako. No? Parang hirap na mapagalitan ka, hindi mo kasalanan. No? Pero, ganun talaga. Pag nakikipagtrabaho ka, you have to accept. No? Pero nung bandang huli, ayaw ko na. Ayaw ko na. Palipat ako sa iba. No? Ang nangyari, palipat ako sa Marikina, Chief of the Assessment naman. Oh my God. Doon naman lumabo yung mata ko. Why? Because you have to review yung mga deed of sale, capital gains. Eh, ang sakop ng Marikina, napakarami. No? Nakadami mga subdivisions. So, every day, yung mga deed of sale, capital gains na reviewin mo, marami. Sabi ko talaga, ganito ang buhay sa sa pagiging empleyado, no? Talagang yung mata mo lalabo sa sobrang dami na re-reviewin mo ng mga deed of sale. And sometimes, pag may na-initial ka dyan, no? And then magkaroon ng problema, dadalhin sa korte, lahat kayo, papatawag pa. So that's very risky also yung trabaho sa government, no? Kasi may mga kasama ako na retired na, and yet, yung mga pinirmahan nila is nagkaroon ng mga kaso sa korte, pinapatawag pa rin sila. No? That's life sa being an employee. Okay? So, very sensitive po yung mga resibo. Kaya, dapat, as a taxpayer, as a bookkeeper, bigyan din natin ng importance yung paggamit ng resibo. Kasi hindi rin basta-basta tayo na bibigyan lang ng resibo. It carries with it also our compliance, and also dapat tama din yung issue natin ng resibo, no? And we really have to keep that. Hindi yung pag nandyan na yung resibo, ay wawalain na lang kasi nilaro ng mga bata o kaya na misplaced. No, hindi po ganun because these documents are official documents. No? Kakaproblema kayo lalo na pagdating sa audit. Lalo na pagdating sa closure ng business, lahat ng documents na yan, pababalik yan sa inyo. So, all pending applications for permit to use computerized accounting system, computerized books of accounts, no, or components thereof that have undergone system demonstration are covered under this RMC. Yun yung mga system na meron ng system demo pero hindi pumasa, no? Sa totoo lang po, pagka nag-apply kayo ng permit to use, ilang beses yan i-system demo. Why? Kasi kung hindi siya compliant, pa-enhance nyo pa yung system nyo. So, ang tagal. So, minsan, inaabot yan ng 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, no? Yung, para lang ma-approve yung isang system. Hence, the docket, including the findings, shall be turned over by the national board, no, to the respective technical working group of the RDO or the LT office. Kasi dati, itong mga permit na to, nasa registration to ng BIR ngayon, turnover na sa technical working group, no? Parang nag-create na sila ng special group to handle this permit, no? Kasi tumatagal siya, sobrang tagal talaga. In case any system enhancement, ito na, nag-enhance ka ng system. Once na allowed ka na to use that, yung mga system enhancement, modification, upgrade, kailangan yan may the taxpayer shall inform in writing the TW or Technical Working Group Secretariat ng RDO or LT Office where they are registered. No? Hindi basta-basta na lang na mag-enhance ka, mag-modify ka, okay na yon, no? You should inform the BAR in writing. And a matrix showing the comparative changes of the current and upgraded system shall be submitted together with the letter notification. So you have to notify the BAR. Hindi pwedeng enhance mo na lang basta-basta. Okay? So, a separate RMO shall be issued by the Bureau to the detailed procedures implementing the circular. Pero wala pa. No, ito pa lang yung nagawa nila. So, all internal revenue officials and employees are hereby enjoined to give this circular a wide publicity as possible. Bakit ginawa nila to? Because, especially the large taxpayers. So, for your information, we have large taxpayers in Manila. In the national office, we have large taxpayers in Cebu. We have large taxpayer division in Davao City. And our large taxpayers, no, may sarili yan silang database, may sarili yan silang assessment, no, sarili yan. Parang nakahiniwalay yan sa RDO. Hindi yan sila under ng region, no, ng BAR. Under yan sila, yung large taxpayers, under yan sila ng commissioner, no? Deputy Commissioner Operations Group at saka under the Office of the Commissioner. Ang mga report ng large taxpayers, ang pumipirma dyan, Commissioner. No? Yung sa mga examination, sa mga audit, ang pumipirma dyan, Commissioner na. Ngayon, ang large taxpayers, kaya nga sila large, at pag sinabi mong large, very large talaga. No? They are paying 80% of the tax na kinokolekta ng BAR sa Pilipinas. So, ganun sila kalaki. Imagine yung 20% na lang ang kinokolekta ng mga regions. At saka yung regions natin, 19 regions yan, all over the Philippines. Marami yan. Pero 20% lang ang kinokolekta niyan. Why? Because 80% of the taxes are paid by the large taxpayer. No? So, itong large taxpayer na to, mandatory po sa kanila to use the computerized books of accounts. Hindi sila pwedeng gumamit ng manual books of accounts. Why? Hindi nila pwedeng sabihin na ang mahal ng system, hindi namin kaya. Hindi nila pwedeng sabihin yun kasi mayaman sila. At saka, mas nakakatipid sila if they use the computerized books of accounts at hindi na manual, no? Kasi imposible na sa kanila yung mag-manual. Imagine, sa isang taxpayers with 1,000 branches, paano ka mag-manual? No? Kailan yan matatapos isulat ng tao mo? So, anong dapat? Computerized books of accounts po sila. And it is mandatory. Hindi sila pwedeng gumamit ng manual. No? Okay. So, we have our sworn declaration. This is the example, no? For the sworn declaration, kasi 'di ba sabi natin wala nang permit to use, no? So in lieu of the permit to use, ano yung gagawin? Instead na ang BIR ang gagawa ng permit to use, the accounting system, ang taxpayer na ang gagawa ng sworn declaration, papunta sa BIR na itong aking system is compliant with the existing rules and regulations ng BIR. So nagbaligtad, no? Instead na yung BIR ang magbigay, ang magbibigay na ngayon yung taxpayer. No? Which is mabilis. Kasi yung taxpayer, yung kanya lang naman yung gagawin niya, samantalang BIR, sa dami-dami ng taxpayer ng BIR. No? So, this is the example of the sworn declaration, which is Annex A to this RMO 10-2020. So, we have here the sworn declaration. I name of the authorized representative. Pag sinabi nating authorized representative, may dokumento yan. At ano yung dokumento niya? Board Resolution Secretary Certificate designating him or her as the authorized representative of the company because of the data privacy law. No? So, kailangan yan. And then, nationality of legal aids designated as ano yung position niya, duly representing the registered name of the company or corporation with business address located at, no? Yung mga data dito dapat ano to, reconciled at your certificate of registration. No? Doon nakalagay yung address. Though hereby voluntary dispose and say that the company is engaged in, kung ano yung line of business, and existing under the business name with VAT or non-VAT registration and the TIN. So itong mga information na to, they should be coming from your certificate of registration. Kopyahin nyo doon. Okay, so the software system to be adapted has the following functional and technical features. Description as shown on Annex A hereof. No? So there is no suppression of sale, income, or other technical scheme within the system that may affect the appropriate computation of taxes due thereon. So, bawal na bawal, no? Yung mga suppression or mechanism na isuppress niya yung sales or yung income, no? Na ilalagay yung mga vendors ng mga machine dyan or ng system, magkano na yung penalty ngayon? 500,000 to 10 million, no? Yun na yung under the train law. Kasi sales suppression ito eh. So pag sinuppress mo yung sales, wala na yung income tax due mo, no? Okay. The subject, computerized accounting system, CAS, computerized books of accounts and or components, middleware, no, or ESS, complies with the application requirements prescribed under existing revenue issuances. No? So, ano tong description dito? Kung ano yung computerized accounting system mo, nakalagay din dyan yung pangalan at saka yung version. No? The CAS CBE and or its components, middleware, ESS, is integrated with effective security controls. No? May mga security control yan na required at alam niya ng mga technical persons. The CAS CBE and or components or middleware ESS can produce audit trail. Kasi pag walang audit trail, hindi yan tatanggapin. No? Kaya dito pag ginawa mo tong affidavit, dapat yung gumagawa nito, alam din niyang i-comply. Because while you are executing this affidavit, chine-check mo rin kung ano nire-require ng affidavit. No? So you can produce audit trails, activity logs with substantive compliance. So kung walang audit trails, definitely hindi siya papasa. Activity logs, no? Kasi ito yung nagpapabagal sa computer kasi malaki yung memory na kailangan. No? So can produce a standard audit file, can provide archive, restore procedures, no? Can provide comprehensive systems documentation. Alam mo, itong apat lang na to, napakalaking trabaho to sa system. No? So the target system implementation date shall be on, so nakalagay na dyan yung month, day, or year. The system application and database backup shall be preserved for a mandatory period of 10 years. No? Kailan niya nag-umpisa na 10 years na, dating 3 years lang yan at the time of Commissioner Hinaris, no? Under Revenue Regulation 17-2013, no? As amended by RR 5-2014. Ano yung Revenue Regulation 17-2013? Requiring the archiving of records for 10 years. Pero nung inamend siya nung RR 5-2014, sinabi niya na after 5 years, yung hard copies mo na records, pwede mo nang scan copy and yung itago mo is the soft copy, no? Starting on the 6th year. So yun yung sinasabi nung 5-2014. The system application can be accessed and viewed by authorized revenue officers for purposes of official audit activity. So can be accessed meaning meron silang access, no? Bibigyan sila ng access by authorized revenue officers. No? And usually, kailan to may mission order ang BAR or may letter authority. Post-evaluation of tax compliance verification drive. No? Itong tax verification drive na to, meron niya mga procedures at may mission order ang mga examiners niyan. So the company as a user of the software system shall be responsible to assist the BAR in the extraction of sales data from the software system. So, sino yung responsible dito? Siyempre, the management. No? Kasi sila talaga yung may access doon sa computer, sa system. No? So, they will assist the BAR doon sa extraction ng sales data from the software. Kaya nga, itong inuna natin itong sa computerized accounting system because mamayang hapon, yun namang e-sales, no? Bakit e-sales? Kasi we're talking of bookkeeping. And then yung e-sales, recording yun ng sales, saka yung issuance doon using the cash register machine or the point of sale machines, no? Which ngayon, napakalaki ng penalties. So, ang daming nagre-reklamo. So, sinama na natin dito para aware yung ating mga taxpayers at hindi na sila magkaroon pa ng penalties, no? Para compliant na sila. Okay. Any misrepresentation herein, and in case of violation of existing rules and regulations, I hereby undertake, yan, nakasama sa affidavit, ha? I hereby undertake to face any legal sanctions and pay corresponding penalties thereof, as provided for under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended and relevant revenue issuances. So, yan po yung responsibility ng taxpayer. And usually, sino yung may hawak nitong computerized accounting system? The accounting division ng or accounting unit ng company, no? So, sila yung may hawak nito. Okay. So, I hereby declare under the penalties of perjury that the foregoing attestations are true and correct. So, sinong papipirma dito? The authorized representative, the signature over printed name, and the TIN. And I would like to remind sa mga susunod, no? Kasi meron na tayong implementing guidelines or meron na tayong directives on the use of the PhilSys ID, no? Yung PhilSys ID natin, yung Philippine Identification Card natin, no? Under the PSA. Yan ang ilalagay natin dito, no? Subscribe and sworn to before me this by the notary public. Bakit kailangan to notarize? Because this is an affidavit. This is a sworn declaration, so should be notarized. Okay, so for the Annex A1, we have the summary of system description, commercial invoice, receipts, document, description, forms, records, and report specification. Sinong gagawa nito? Still the taxpayer. No? So taxpayer registered name, registered address, TIN and branch code, no? The registered RDO, and the software system description. Old software core system, the software name, version number, release number, and or date. Hari, nilagay mo na dito yung mga software. Okay. So we have the main software core system, the software name, version number, release number, and or date, type of software. Sino nakakaalam nito? Your vendor or your supplier, no? So, type of software, database platform, and version number, software providers, component, middleware, interfacing software, system, if applicable, no? So, nandyan yung description. And then, the indicate whether the system or software is in-house developed, imported, off the shelf, or customized. Okay. List of branches that will use the software or system. List of modules versus software or system. Ito na yung mga description ng system, no? Main software, core system, name and version number, components, middleware, interfacing software, nakalagay lahat dyan. And then we have the description of point of sale machine kung meron, and also the terminal details, no? Kasi usually kung napakalaki ng system, kasama pa yung mga terminals, yung mga point of sale machine at saka yung mga um, cash register machine, no? Naka-hook yan yung system doon kasi diretso na sa kanila binabato yung sales, no? List of system-generated accountable forms, documents with approved serial number and or manually issued receipts invoices. No? System-generated forms or documents. Ang large taxpayer, ang required sa kanila is full uh, accounting system, no? Computerized accounting system. So pati yung issuance nila of receipts should be computerized. Sa kanila wala ng manual intervention. No? Component middleware interfacing software, no? To be maintained, no? O generated at the head office. Ito yung books of accounts, no? Kasi computerized to eh. So pwede na sa head office lang ma-generate yung books of accounts. And then we have the financial statement, other accounting records, system generated. So very specific po yung report. If you do not know the system, hindi nyo pwedeng i-fill up ito. So you must study the system bago ninyo ilagay dito. No? Server specification or technical infrastructure. So sinong may alam dito? The technical persons. Backup procedure and disaster recovery plan. No? Very important. Pagka wala kang ganyan, hindi compliant yung system mo. And also the restoration procedures. Retention period, time frame, ito na yung archiving of your records for 10 years. No? And this is the example of the acknowledgement certificate doon sa nag-file ka ng sworn statement mo or the affidavit. No? Okay, so tuloy tayo because kulang na tayo ng oras. These are the example of the accounting software. Kung sabi nga natin, mandatory for the large taxpayer to maintain a computerized books of accounts. So these are the accounting software na example. So Zero, ito yung maraming gumagamit ngayon, no? Zero is online accounting software that has been designed for small to medium-sized businesses. It makes managing the financial health of your business more transparent, straightforward, and fun. Pag sinabi mo na online accounting software, so you can use them through online, no? Online services. So yung mga archiving mo using the internet. Okay. 6 ways Zero can help your business through intelligent banking, no, beautiful invoicing, control your bills, one-click financial reports. So these are the work from anywhere, world of add-ons, no? Okay. Another is QuickBooks, no? So ano yung QuickBooks? This top enterprise. So marami, but maliit lang itong QuickBooks, no? And there was a time na hindi siya inapprove ng BAR, no? Pero nag-ano na sila, enhance ng kanilang system, pero hindi pa rin nila kaya yung large taxpayers. Kasi alam niyo yung large taxpayers, large yan, no? So kung maliit lang yung system mo, hindi mo kakayanin, no? So next is the Sage Intact, no? Accounting, cash management, purchasing, vendors management, through cloud also, yung through the internet, no? Okay. We also have the Fresh Books, no? So that is another accounting system. Canada naman siya. And andyan yung mga, basahin nyo yung mga description, no? We have the Odoo accounting. Ang Odoo is malaking software ito. Pero mahal lang din, no? Tingnan ninyo yung description ng Odoo. Pwede siya sa mga manufacturing companies, no? Okay. Another is the Zoho Books, pero pang maliit lang to, no? Mid-size organization at saka small. And then we have the SAP. SAP accounting, mahal to, Germany ito eh, no? Yung daming gumagamit nito, pati manufacturing companies. No? Marami lang din mga problema sa system, but ito na yung ginagamit ng marami, iba-ibang version, SAP. And then we have the Pluto, no? Okay. Kasama na yung accounts payable, accounts receivable, workflows. So, lahat naman ng accounting system, halos pare-pareho lang sila ng features, no? And then we have the Oracle NetSuite. Ang Oracle, marami din gumagamit nito at saka malaki din. Pero ang mahal lang din, no? ERP tools, no? Enterprise Resource Program. And then we have the Melio. Melio is an accounts payable solutions that helps small businesses manage online payments via banks. Sa dami ng mga accounting software ngayon, although sabi natin ang mga features nila is same, dinadagdagan nila ng added features to make them their products, to have a value added on their products para it can stand competition, no? So yun yung Melio. So Melio supports integration with QuickBooks, allowing users to automatically schedule payment transactions and synchronize financial data. Itong mga, sabi kong mga iba't ibang klase ng software, may kanya-kanyan silang features na unique, no, na dinalagyan ng kanilang programmer para maging competitive, no? Pero yung standard talaga na accounting system nandyan. Kaya it's up to you to choose which one is applicable at saka yung ease of use sa inyo, no? So in the afternoon, we will discuss the revenue regulations VIDAS 1 at saka yung e-sales reporting, no? Because those are part of the bookkeeping requirements na ang daming nape-penalize ngayon. So what we got today, we discussed about the computerized accounting system and also the preparation of financial statements. So for the preparation of financial statements, we discussed about the income statement, about the balance sheet or the statement of financial position, the cash flow, and also the statement of changes in equity. No? So very brief lang yung ating discussions. You just enhance because of the very limited time that we have. And I hope that you have learned this morning. So let's have a break and let's be back at 2 o'clock. No? At sa 2 o'clock natin, yun yung may dalawang topics pa tayo that we will discuss in order to complete this webinar. No? So don't forget to sign in your name and then your registration para mabigyan kayo ng certificate of attendance. No? This afternoon, meron tayong guest na darating, si Ma'am Fe Herrera. No, siya yung president ng Tax Advisors Group of the Philippines. Sila yung mga unang product po natin ng free bookkeeping seminars, yung mga face-to-face pa. No? So, may sasabihin siya sa inyo mamaya and how this knowledge dito sa free bookkeeping natin nagamit na nila in their practice. No? So, with that, I would like to say thank you very much. Let's call it half day, no? Kasi may half day pa tayo this afternoon. Let's be back at 2 o'clock. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon session of the second day seminar on free webinar for bookkeepers. Okay, so our topic for bakit hindi to? Bakit hindi ba to? Okay. So our topic would be about revenue regulations number V-1, the bookkeeping regulations as amended. Why we discuss this? Because this is the mother bookkeeping regulation. So there are so many provisions in this regulations that has not been amended. So we will proceed with this scope and definition of terms. So, for the sake of studying this regulation, persons means natural persons and partnerships, associations, companies, or corporations, no matter how created or organized. So, same lang din yan sa tax code, no, na definition. Books of accounts shall include the journal and the ledger and their subsidiaries or their equivalents. So, hindi ibig sabihin na yung books of accounts, confined lang siya doon sa journal, ledger, cash receipt, cash disbursement, no? So, pwede rin siya na equivalents, no? So, we will learn that later, kung ano yung mga equivalents. Okay. Journal is a book of original entry in which the happenings or transactions affecting the business of a taxpayer, are recorded consecutively day by day as they occur. So as I told you, this is the mother regulations. So bakit kailangan sunod-sunod yung date? Yun ang sinasabi ng regulations, no? Consecutively, day by day as they occur. So, bakit sunod-sunod yung sequence ng resibo? Consecutive, dapat ang recording, no? And saka day by day, ibig sabihin sunod-sunod yung date. Ledger is a book of final entry to which are posted the classified accounts or items of all transactions entered in the journal or its equivalent. So, ano naman yung ledger? Kung yung journal is original entry, ledger is final entry. Why? Kasi doon natin kinukuha yung ending balance ng mga account, no? So, kaya pag binigyan kayo ng BR ng 2 libro, puro cash receipt, cash disbursement lang, so magreklamo kayo. Why? Kasi kulang yan. Dapat may ledger pa kayo at saka journal. No? At saka, try to be proactive. Hindi ibig sabihin na yan lang binigay sa inyo. Yun lang yung dapat. No? So you must know the regulations and then proactive kayo. Bumili kayo ng libro, patatakan nyo sa BIR. So at least tama yung inyong compliance. Hindi kulang. No? Kasi pagdating na ng audit, hindi naman kasama doon yung BIR na nagbigay sa inyo ng 2 libro. No? Hindi siya kasama doon sa audit. Ikaw lang, dahil ikaw yung ino-audit. No? So, at saka, hindi mo pwedeng ituro yung mali ng compliance mo doon sa taga-BIR. Why? Because as a taxpayer, it is your duty and responsibility to know yung dapat na gawin as a taxpayer. No? So, kung remiss man yung taga-BIR in doing their jobs, hindi yan sila mananagot. Ikaw pa rin ang mananagot. That's why, aside from nagpunta ka na sa BIR, dapat alam mo pa rin kung ano yung dapat dito sa compliance mo. So, ledger is a book of final entry to which are posted the classified accounts or items of all transactions entered in the journal or its equivalent. No? So, nandyan din palagi yung or its equivalent. So, ibig sabihin na journal at saka ledger lang yung pwedeng libro. No? Ano-ano pa yung mga libro ngayon na marami nagsilabasan din. Ito yung mga libro ng senior citizen, di ba? May sariling libro din yung sales to senior citizen at saka yung PWD, yung persons with disability, and then the recording of their discounts na binibigay sa kanila. Simplified set of bookkeeping records. This consists of the record of duly sales and cash receipts, the record of daily purchases, expenses, and cash disbursements, record of summary of transactions. Bakit tinawag siya na simplified set of bookkeeping records? Pang maliit lang siya na business, no? So, ano yung nakalagay doon? Record of the summary of transactions, yearly statement of net worth and operations, combined for or in separate booklets, no? So, the record should be specially designed for its class or kind of trade or business and prepared by a certified public accountant. Yan na, kahit simplified set of bookkeeping, may prepared siya by a certified public accountant, should conform substantially with the forms illustrated in Revenue Regulations number VIDAS 13, should be regularly bound and may be printed, mimeographed, or typewritten. Itong regulations na to is 1947 pa. So, uso pa yung mimeograph, typewritten. Ngayon, wala na yan kasi computer na tayo ngayon, no? As amended by Section 2, Revenue Regulations B13 and VIDAS 43, no? So, antique na to, pero marami pa rin provisions na hindi na-amend, no? So, itong simplified set of bookkeeping, ang sabi niya dito should be prepared by certified public accountant. Under the train law, may limit yung should be prepared by a certified public accountant. Magkano na? Should be 3 million. No? Yung 3 million and below, hindi na kailangan ng i-prepare ng certified public accountant. Hindi na kailangan ng audit. Yung kailangan ng audit is more than 3 million. No? So, yung mga VAT taxpayers, yun yung mandatory na may audit ng certified public accountant. But for those na non-VAT or 3 million and below yung sales, hindi na kailangan ng CPA. No? But that is only a requirement of the BAR. Pagdating na po sa is easy if you are a corporation, yung 3 million require pa rin niya na may CPA certificate. Books of accounts and audit by independent certified public accountant. All corporations, companies, partnerships, or persons required by law to pay internal revenue taxes shall keep a journal and a ledger or their equivalents. No? So, yun bang co-op, hindi na kailangan ng books of accounts? Yun bang non-stock, non-profit, exempt from the payment of taxes, hindi na kailangan ng books of accounts? Kailangan pa rin. Bakit? Nagbabayad ba sila ng internal revenue taxes? Yes. Kahit yung co-op, di ba? Required siya mag-withhold. Required siya ng kung ano man yung mga taxes na hindi kasama dun sa exemptions, they have to pay. Kagaya din ng non-stock, non-profit corporations. Kung halimbawa, nagre-rent siya ng office, they have to withhold the 5% tax on rental. So, meron pa rin, no? Kailangan pa rin. That's why they still have to keep their books of accounts. Yung exemption from the payment of income tax does not carry with it exemptions from the keeping of books of accounts. Nandyan pa rin. And even yung issuance of receipts, wala rin pong exemptions yan. Kaya yung sinasabi ng iba na, required by law to pay internal revenue taxes, so kami hindi na kailangan ng libro. Wala pong ganun. No? So lahat are required to keep books of accounts to issue receipts. No? Okay. So provided, however, that those whose gross quarterly sales, earnings, receipts, or output do not exceed 5,000 pesos shall keep and use a simplified set of bookkeeping. Imagine 1947, malaki na rin noon yung 5,000 pesos. No? So records duly authorized by the Secretary of Finance wherein all transactions and result of operations are shown and from which all taxes due the government may readily and accurately be ascertained and determined any time of the year. This is the very purpose why every taxpayer is required to pay, to maintain books of accounts. Bakit? So that yung gobyerno natin or particularly the BIR may readily and accurately ascertain and determine any time of the year. No? So kasi pagka hindi mo siya ma-ascertain o ma-determine any time of the year, anong basihan ng gobyerno pagbabayad mo ng tax, no? So during the audit, walang makikita na records, which talagang nangyayari, no? But today, ito yung ating effort na we're talagang campaigning about the bookkeeping. Why? Because bookkeeping is the heart of tax compliance. Kahit sabihin mo pang napakagaling, napakaganda ng mga record keepings mo, o kaya yung compliance mo sa pagbabayad mo ng taxes, kung wala ka namang records, that's nothing, no? Kasi wala kang dokumento ipapakita, so how will you prove na tama lahat yung mga ginagawa mo, no? In the case of corporations, companies, partnerships, or persons whose gross quarterly sales or earnings, receipts, or output exceed 25,000 pesos, under the train law, 2018, ginawa na yan na 3 million. No? Shall have their books of accounts audited and examined yearly by independent certified public accountants. No? Independent certified public accountants. So, hindi basta-basta CPAs. No? And their income tax returns accompanied with certified balance sheets, profits and loss statements, schedules listing income-producing properties and the corresponding incomes therefrom and other relevant statements. So rule number 60, rules regulations of the Board of Accountancies, duties of certified public accountant. Anyway, meron tayo yung sa accountancy law, no? Ito amended na to. Pero may sinasabi dito about independence kasi very important na independent CPA yung gagawa ng audit ng books of accounts. So anong sabi dito? No certified public accountant shall certify to the financial statement of any enterprise which during the period covered by the report is owned or controlled by him or his spouse. No? So bawal na yung kanyang negosyo, yung CPA din, siya rin yung mag-audit. Or in which he or his spouse is a partner. No? He or his spouse, yung asawa niya, partner doon sa business na yun, bawal din. Okay. Stockholder, promoter, voting trustee, transfer agent, and registrar, officer, director, or salaried employee. So, bawal. Bawal na ikaw yung empleyado ng company, CPA ka, and then ikaw din ang mag-audit ng kanilang books of accounts. The same prohibitions applies to a firm engaged in the practice of accountancy in the Philippines if any of the partners or associated thereof be any of the above in the enterprise. No? So, bawal yung accounting firm. Bakit? Kasi walang independence. No? So, the relatives of a certified public accountant or of the partner or associate in the case of a firm of accountants within the third civil degree by affinity or consanguinity as computed under the rules of civil law are as follows. So ano yung rule of civil laws natin? Ano yung third civil degree of by affinity? No? So ano yun? Magkapatid. No? So kasi kapatid, nanay, then kapatid. So second degree lang yun. So cousin, yun, magkaasin. Di pa pwede. Na yung books of accounts ng pinsan mo, ikaw ang mag-o-audit. So, bawal pa. No? Okay. So, ito yung mga bawal. Halimbawa, ikaw CPA, bawal na i-audit mo yung books of accounts ng parents mo or grandparents or great-grandparents. No? Kasi third degree ng consanguinity or affinity. No? Sinabi mong consanguinity, relative mo by blood. Pag sinabi mo naman na affinity, yung mga in-laws, no? Pati mga in-laws, So, parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, uncle or aunts and their spouses, bawal pa rin yun. Brothers and sisters and their spouses, bawal din na i-audit mo. Nephews or nieces and their spouses, children and their spouses. So, yung negosyo ng anak mo, bawal na yung parent ang mag-audit. Grandchildren and their spouses, no? Kasi third degree. Great-grandchildren and their spouses, so bawal pa rin. Parents-in-law, ito na yung affinity. Ha? Yung mga nauna nating sinabi, yun yung relative. Parents-in-law, grandparents-in-law, pati yung lola ng biyanan mo, ng asawa mo, no? Uncle or aunt-in-law and their spouses, brother or sisters-in-law and their spouses, nephews and nieces-in-law and their spouses. O, lahat yan, bawal because there is no independence. Okay. So, who are the persons required to keep books of accounts? Okay, so persons required by law to pay internal revenue taxes whose gross quarterly sales, earnings, receipts, or output, whether subject to percentage tax or not exceed 5,000 pesos, are required to keep books of accounts in accordance with the standard accounting system. So, ang recording po natin ng books of accounts also follows the accounting standards, no? So the said books of accounts shall consist of journal and a ledger or their equivalents and shall contain all information necessary for the accurate determination of the internal revenue taxes due on their businesses. So that is the purpose why the books of accounts are required by law to be kept by every taxpayers, no? So, ang sabi na natin dito, you have to keep your books of accounts. But aside from the keeping of the books of accounts, all the source documents, yung mga recording natin ng business transactions that we discussed yesterday, lahat yan are also regulated by law, no? Pati yung pagpagawa ng resibo, keeping of the books, the validity of the receipts, no? So lahat yan may mga regulations. Kaya tayo, if we are the bookkeepers, hindi basta-basta lang record sa libro, no? Bago ka mag-record sa libro, tingnan mo muna kung official receipts ba yan, sales invoice ba yan, hindi yan expired. Kasi kung mga expired na yan, useless na. It doesn't follow the requirement. So, useless lang na i-record mo. And yung mga standard na requirements, we have to see to it na we follow that. Oh? Kaya nga, hindi tayo basta record lang ng record. Ito na, sabi sa school. Ito yun, record. So, record ka. Pero hindi mo alam na yung sa school mo, hindi naman niya sinabi yung bookkeeping regulations. That's why, hindi mo rin masisi, no, during the time na I was still in the BAR, ang daming taxpayers na takot pag na-audit na. Why? Because even if you have books of accounts, you are not certain of what you are doing. No? Di kayo sigurado kung tama ba o mali yung pinagre-record nyo. Why? Kasi bawat account dyan, sabi ko na sa inyo, bawat account dyan are regulated. May mga batas ka na dapat sundin dyan. No? Kagaya halimbawa, nag-record ka ng expenses. Anong klaseng expenses yan? And that expenses, may limit pala. Sige, record ka ng record dyan. Just like charitable contributions. 5% lang of the net income before deducting the charitable contributions. Nag-record ka ng pagkalaki-laki. So, mali na yung ginagawa mo. No? Representation expense. Magkano lang yung limit? 1% of sales pagka services ka. 0.5% pag sale of goods. Nag-record ka ng pagkalaki-laki. So, ano na pala, sobra na. So, hindi na dapat disallowed. No? And hindi mo pwedeng i-claim yan dahil pag kinlaim mo yan sa income tax return mo, that will be disallowed right away, babayad ka na ngayon ng deficiency income tax. And pagka deficiency income tax na, hindi lang basic tax yung babayaran mo, kasama na yung tatlong klase ng penalties, which are the surcharge, interest, and compromise. So, tatlo na kaagad, no? Ang penalties mo. That's why be very careful. Hindi ibig sabihin na bookkeeping ka, ito na may libro ka na, record ka na lang na record kahit ano, sundin pa rin natin yung guidelines or yung regulations when it comes to recording, no? Kaya reviewin niyo itong mga revenue regulations with us one, at saka yung mga updates na mga regulations sa BAR so that sigurado tayo doon sa ating ginagawa, no? Okay. Ito yung vendors inside public market required to keep books of accounts, no? So, ano yung mga vendors diyan sa loob ng public market na required pa rin sila na keep ng books of accounts? The fact that Filipinos selling meat in public marketplaces are exempt from the fixed and sales taxes does not relieve them from the duty of keeping books of accounts. Itong mga nagtitinda ng mga meat, mga vegetables, kahit na hindi sila nag-i-issue ng resibo, nagkikip pa rin sila ng books of accounts, no? So, vendors inside public market liable to keep books, no? Public market vendors selling meat, poultry, fish, fruits, vegetables, and other food products, though exempt from the business tax, are nevertheless required to keep books of accounts because they are, in proper cases, subject to income and additional residence taxes, no? So, hindi sila nagbabayad ng residence taxes nila kasi exempt din sila sa business tax, pero anong dapat, meron pa rin silang books of accounts. At ano yung mga nakalagay dyan sa books of accounts? Their income and expenses. Why? Kasi subject sila sa income tax, no? So, dapat pa rin meron silang books of accounts. Okay. Gross income in relation to the use of books of accounts. So where the gross sales receipt or gross value of output of taxpayer exceeds 5,000 during any quarter of the year, he cannot avail himself of the use of the simplified set of bookkeeping. No? Dati, sa BIR pa ako, yung tinaas na itong 5,000, no? Ginawa ng 100,000. 100,000 as marginal earner, no? Kasi ang sabi nila, pagka 100,000 yung gross sales mo for the whole year, you are not doing business, no? For livelihood lang yun daw yung ginagawa mo. 100,000 yon tinaas. Pero ngayon silent na. Why? Kasi, biro mo may mga doktor na nagtatrabaho sa malalaking hospitals, nag-a-avail doon sa marginal income earner ng 100,000 per year, no? That's why when I was still the chief ng registration po sa RDO 39, hindi ko inalaw. Why? Kasi minadali ako nung isang doktor na nagmamadali siya, kinukuha yung kanyang certificate of registration as doctor, no? Tapos, ang gusto niya, wala siyang tax types. Bakit? Kasi ang gusto niya, marginal income earner daw siya. Kasi ang income daw niya, hindi pa umaabot ng 100,000 in a year. No? Hindi ako pumayag. Why? Kasi doktor po siya sa St. Luke's. At nagmamadali siya kasi sunduin pa niya yung anak daw niya sa school. So, nakakotse siya. So, how will you survive? Nakakotse ka, pambili mo lang ng gasolina, pang-maintain mo sa kotse mo. Kasya ba yung 100,000? No? Sabi ko, hindi ko talaga siya pinayagan. No? Nakandaming galit sa akin nung ako yung chief na registration. Why? Kasi pati yung sa mga libro, sa mga resibo, hindi ko yan pinapayagan. No? Yung mga abuses ng mga taxpayers, hindi ko yan pinapayagan. Even UP, yung during my time, doon sila nagbayad ng VAT. Why? Because di sila nagbabayad ng VAT. No? Even St. Luke's, na rental nila sa building, hindi yan nagbabayad ng VAT. But during my time, that was the time na nag-umpisa sila, pinabayad ko. Why? Kasi sabi ko, even government are paying value-added tax. Kayo, you are doing business. Hindi kayo magbabayad ng VAT. No? Ano yung ni-require ko sa UP, sa University of the Philippines, na bayaran nila ng VAT? Yung kanilang rental income, ang laki, no? Ang dami-dami nagre-rent sa kanila. They are earning millions sa rental, and yet they are not paying tax, no? Value-added tax. So, ang pinagawa ko sa kanila, nagre-request sila ng resibo, hindi ko in-approve. Why? Pina-change ko muna yung kanilang certificate of registration, yung non-VAT nila, pinagawa ko munang VAT. So, reklamo sila. Ang dami, nakakarating sa commissioner yung kanilang reklamo. Pero, tuloy. Kasi sabi ko, yun yung batas bakit natin pabayaan? At saka, ako yung hepe, alam ko yung regulations. Tapos, pipirma ako. So, yung iba, na ayaw maniwala, may mga kilala sa BIR, diretso sila sa RDO. Pag pinirma ng RDO, then no question ako. Pero kung mag-i-initial ako, hindi ako nag-i-initial. Kasi mali So, bakit mo itolerate yung mali, di ba? So, ang ginagawa ko, sige, kung may kilala kayo, usap kayo, punta kayo sa commissioner, then be it. No? Punta kayo doon. Doon kayo makiusap, huwag sa akin. No? Kasi di ko talaga pinapayagan. No? Daming galit sa akin. But sabi ko, useless kasi yung batas. hindi ko kaya yun eh. Useless kasi yung batas na nandyan. And then alam mo, and then selective ka. I-implement mo sa iba hindi. Hindi ganun. Dapat pare-pareho. So since malalaki sila, bakit hindi mo implement yung VAT, no? So they were required to pay. No? Meron pang mga foundations na pagkarami-rami pag nagpagawa ng resibo, pero non-VAT. At saka sabi ko, saan galing yung mga income nito pagka dami-daming resibo? No? So, daming mga violations that I call their attention, no? Kung baga sa na-cure naman yung mga problema. Kasi usually ang problema manggagaling sa registration eh, no? Kasi umpisa pa lang ng registration, pinayagan mo na, then makikerry nila yun. Pumayag yung BIR eh. Kaya doon pa lang sa registration, di na ako pumapayag, no? Why? Kasi violation na yun ng compliance eh, ng compliance requirements. So hindi na ako talaga pumapayag. Books of accounts to be kept by branch establishment. So ito pag may branches naman kayo, yung branch are also required to keep records, no? So they have to maintain also books of accounts. Pero ang filing, yung total, sa head office talaga yun, yung filing ng mga returns, no? So the owner of a store who maintains a branch establishment need not keep 2 sets of books of accounts if the branch store merely buys goods or merchandise for the principal store. May F dito kung bumibili lang daw ng merchandise store and no sale is affected, no? Walang sale na affected. Pero kung may sale siya, then dapat talaga, kasi ang sales book, you have to record your sales every day. Kung wala kang libro, yung head office mo dito sa Manila, yung branch mo nandun sa Pangasinan, so paano mo i-record yan every day? Although, ngayon sa digital naman na digital world natin, pwede na, no? Hindi na kailangan na pupunta ka pa doon para i-record mo. Through the internet, pwede na yung sales mo sa Pangasinan, i-record mo sa books of accounts mo, electronic dito sa Manila. So, nag-iba ng mundo natin eh because of the digital world and the internet, no? Kaya expect that our tax laws also will be changed. Kahit na yung pagbabayad natin ng taxes ngayon, di ba, online na. Yung ating submission ng mga returns, online na rin. So magbabago na. Although ito, ang sinasabi dito sa regulations na to is about bookkeeping, no? The branch establishment should be provided with separate books of accounts, lalo na kung may sale siya, nag-i-issue siya, no? May nagtanong kasi sa akin na isa naman, yung sabi niya, ma'am, bakit ang taga-BIR pinipinalize ako na magpapatatak ako ng libro at puno na? Sabi niya, bakit pinipinalize ako? Wala namang regulations na pagpuno na yung libro mo, may may penalties. Sabi niya, nanghihingi ako sa kanila ng regulations na pagpuno na yung libro ay may penalty. Wala naman silang ipapakita. Sabi ko, alam mo, yung regulations, naka-connect yan sa ibang regulation, no? So, ano yung regulations na may penalty? Yung regulations that requires that you have to record your sales every day. Wala ka ng books of accounts. Saan mo i-record yung sales mo every day? Yun ang pinipenalize, sabi ko. Hindi yung, puno na yung libro. Saka ka magpapatatak. Asan yun? Asan yung rules na kailangan ng penalty? Sabi ko, wala yun. Pero nakakonik yun doon sa bookkeeping regulations natin na iba. No? Kaya, hindi isang regulations lang yung basahin mo. Idugtong mo yung ibang regulations kasi nakakonik yan. No? So, yung regulations natin The sales for today should be recorded not later than 12 o'clock the following day. Wala ka ng libro, saan mo i-record yan? Sa palad mo, no? So, bawal. Kaya nga, pagdating na ng pupunta ka ng BIR, magpatatakan ng libro, puno na yung libro mo, penalty na, no? Okay. At saka alam nyo, sa napakaraming regulations ng BIR, wag na lang kayong maghanap na regulations. Kasi kung totoo talaga na hahanapan kayo, basahan kayo ng regulations ng BIR. Imagine yung yearly, may RMC, may RR, may RMO. So, nandyan lahat yan. Paano lahat yan babasahin isa-isa sa inyo? Napakarami yan. No? So, journals, ledgers, and their equivalents. The journal may consist of only one book. No? The general journal. So, pwede siyang one book daw pag simplified ka lang. Kaya nagkakaroon ng mga subsidiary journals, especially kung masyadong marami na yung transaction mo. It's equivalence. Ito na yung equivalence na tinatawag natin ha. May consist of several books such as sales book, purchase book, cash book, and such other books as the taxpayer may find convenient for his business. So, pwede na yung taxpayer mag-maintain ng books because of the peculiarity of his business, pwede siyang mag-maintain ng book na suited to its business, no? Such books are also books of original entries where all the daily transactions, whether cash or otherwise, are recorded in their chronological order. Okay, sabi na natin, according to the kind of business that you have or industry na meron ka. So, anong pwede na mga equivalents na mga books? Di ba, hotel ka. Di ba, pagpasok pa lang ng mga guest, meron kang guest register. So, that guest register of yours na record mo, those are also equivalent, no? Na journal. Kasi book of original entry mo rin yun. Nandun yung pangalan ng customer mo, anong oras sila pumasok, anong oras sila lumabas. So, original entry din po yun. Journal din yun na considered, no? Halimbawa naman, yung repair shop, meron kang nakalagbook lahat dyan, yung mga job orders mo, yung mga pumasok na nagpapakot sa'yo. So, those are also book of original entries, no? Those are equivalents. Okay. So, a journal, in order to comply with the provisions of this regulation, must contain all the transactions affecting the business. All. Sabi niya, hindi yung konti lang or partial lang. All transactions affecting the business. Every entry in the general journal shall carry a brief but complete explanation of the nature of the business transactions and be supported by proper vouchers. Sabi niya noon vouchers, pero ngayon ano dapat? Receipts, no? So the general journal shall be in bound form, no? Naka-bound. Although kung computerized na, electronic na, no? So, anong sabi niya? Ang journal carry a brief but complete explanation of the nature of the business. So, anong silbi ng journal? During the tax audit, halimbawa, yung examiner, titingnan niya ngayon yung account mo, no? Kasi hindi naman yan lahat ng account i-check mo, no? Tingnan mo lang dyan kung ano yung mga material na account. So, makikita niya ngayon, itong day na to, ang laki ng sales mo. May 10 million sales ka, samantalang yung mga regular na muna sales, 500,000, 300,000 a day. Bakit dito may 10 million ka? Titingnan niya ngayon. Saan niya yan titingnan? Doon sa original mo na books. Titingnan niya ngayon kung sino yan, anong klase, sino yung customer, at saka paano nangyari yan na ganun kalaki, no? So, yung journal, hindi man yan titingnan ng examiner, pero pagdating na doon sa meron siyang mga unusual na transactions, babalikan niya yan. Why? Because nandoon yung explanation. Yung transaction. So, where subsidiary journals are used, the same may be either bound or in loose leaf form, provided that the entries in loose leaf sheet shall be summarized at the end of every month in the general journal, which shall then be posted to the ledger. Kaya nga, ang journal natin is very important. Why? Kasi from the journal, we post it to the ledger. No? So, important din ba ang ledger? Yes, of course, because yung ledger, yun yung final entry. So, kung yung journal is the original entry, the ledger is the final entry wherein the account balances are taken and then gagawa ka ngayon ng trial balance. And after you have the trial balance, yun yung pinag-usapan natin na magkaroon ka na ng adjusting entries. So, meron ka na ngayong adjusting entries. So, ang tawag doon, adjusted trial balance. And then, from the adjusted trial balance, meron ka na ngayon na financial statement, no? From the, ano naman, sa financial statements mo, magkakaroon ka na naman ng mga closing entries, no? And then, yung mga balances mo that you will carry over to the next accounting period, no? At ano yung pinag-usapan natin yesterday? Ano lang yung mga account na i-close natin? Only the temporary account or the income statement account. Yun lang po yung pwede natin na i-close. Hindi natin pwede i-close yung permanent account or balance sheet account. Anong ginagawa natin sa balance sheet account? Kini-carry lang natin to the next period, no? Or okay. So tapusin ko lang to, Ma'am Fe. Maupo ka muna. Say hi, halika dito. Tapusin ko lang tong Vidas 1 and then introduce kita. Sige na. Ito yung ating guest na po. Nandito na. Okay. Si Ma'am Fe Herrera. Okay. Okay. No? So, ledger, like the journal, may consist of one book, no? Yung general ledger. Pero pwede rin na meron kang subsidiary ledgers. Ano yung mga subsidiary ledgers na yan? Pwede yung accounts receivable, nandun nakalagay lahat yan sa ledger, no? Or creditors ledger, stock ledger, customers ledger, pwede rin. Such other books as the taxpayer may find convenient for his business. So, ganun po yung choice ng books natin, no? So, yung ledger, hindi lang isa yung klase yan. Pwede ka rin mag-maintain ng iba't ibang klaseng ledger. All entries in the journal must be posted to the ledger. So, lahat ng entries sa journal, no, must be posted to the ledger. Not later than 7 days. Oh, yan ha. May days yan ha. Not later than 7 days from the date of the transaction and shall be classified in the ledger so as to show the assets, liabilities, capital, operating accounts, from which the balance sheet and profit and loss statement covering the operation of the business can be prepared. No? So may number of days tayo na from the journal, i-post mo na siya sa ledger. And how many days? Kailangan 7 days nakapost ka na sa ledger. But if you are maintaining a computerized books of accounts, wala kang problema. Why? Kasi yung system na mismo yung nagpo-post. No? Wala ka ng problema. No entry shall be made in the ledger or its equivalent unless said entry, no, said entry originates from the journal or its equivalent. No? Anong sabi? Hindi pwede na mag-entry ka sa ledger or its equivalent na yung entry na yan hindi manggagaling sa journal. Alam nyo, nangyari ito, I was invited as expert witness, no? Ano yung kaso? Yung kaso is between related parties na yung parent company is financing company, no? Tapos meron siyang subsidiary. Itong subsidiary, ito yung may-ari ng office, kung saan nag-o-office yung parent company. But may mga transaction sila na between related parties. So, hindi masyado silang stricto doon. But one day, itong subsidiary binenta. So, since binenta na, iba na yung owner. So, nung iba na yung owner, hinanap na ngayon nung parent company, yung title nila doon sa office. Kasi sinisingil na sila ng subsidiary on the payment of the title doon sa office, no? Kasi usapan na magbayad. But according to the records, nagbayad sila ng kalahati. So sinisingil sila ngayon ng subsidiary that subsidiary is now owned by a different owner, so sinisingil sila dun sa kalahati. No? Ang pinakita nila is the ledger account. Ano yun? May debit na dun sa ledger ninyo, bayad na to. Oh, wala mang journal, wala ano. Kaya nga sabi ko, itong revenue regulations with us one, kaya nga na ano ko to talagang pinag-aralan ko to because ito yung pinresent ko sa court, no? Sa RTC, Regional Trial Court. Bakit ko to pinresent? Kasi ito yung batas sa bookkeeping na lahat ng entry na nasa ledger, kailangan manggagaling yan sa journal, no? Journal or its equivalent. So pagka yan ay wala sa journal, gawa-gawa lang yan, no? Kasi nga, related parties sila. So, ano pa ang rule naman natin sa journal? Yung journal, once we record in the journal, meron niyang mga supporting documents. And what are the supporting documents na sabi natin? Should be receipts. Wala naman silang pinapakita, no? So, anong ginawa ko? Sabi ko doon sa client, sabi ko, i-push nyo na, sabi ko sa lawyer, i-push nyo na for decision. Why? Kasi at that time, the judge is a CPA lawyer. Sabi ko, at least nakakaintindi yan, yung judge. Kaya i-push nyo na. Kasi hindi talaga yan oobra yung kanilang resibo. Payment of real property, posting lang sa ledger. No? Walang iba. May withholding pa nga yan. And that is a registrable property. Pag registrable property, bawal yung ledger lang na posting. Ni walang journal. No? So the general ledger shall be in bound form where subsidiary ledgers are used. The same may be either in book form or loose leaf form. So, explain ko rin sa inyo mamaya kung ano yung loose leaf form, provided the entries in the loose leaf subsidiary ledger are reflected in general ledger by controlling account. So, may mga controlling accounts yan, no? Okay. So, before I proceed with the explanation ng loose leaf books of accounts natin, no, records, invoices, and receipts, I will introduce to you, halika na ma'am, our president ng TAGP, no, the tax advisors group po natin, si Ma'am Fe Herrera. No? Dito ka. Halika. Kasi ito yun.
Good afternoon.
Hari, tingnan mo dyan. Oh. Sige, ito ka. Ma'am. Si Ma'am Fe Herrera is sila po yung mga una nating participants on the free bookkeeping. So ngayon may sasabihin po sila sa inyo. So even if nandun kayo sa ibang, yung ating mga participants are coming from different parts of the Philippines,
Yes,
no?
ma'am.
So may sasabihin si Ma'am Fe sa inyo para madagdagan din yung ating networking, no?
Good afternoon. I'm Fe Herrera. I'm a tax agent practitioner. I'm here to invite you to attend the webinar for accredited tax agent on July 27 to August 2. This is open for CPA and non-CPA. So level up from being a bookkeeper to tax agent. So ang tax agent ay hindi lang para sa CPA, pati non-CPA. Ako po, witness ko, non-CPA po ako, pero binigyan po ako ng accreditation ng BIR po. So, ang pangalan po ng grupo na create po namin, ang founder po nito ay si Ma'am Elsa, TAGPE. So, at TAGPE means Tax Advisors Group of the Philippines. Yun po. So, ang founder natin si Ma'am Elsa. So, paano po ako nag-start being tax agent? Actually, attendees lang po ako ni Ma'am Elsa ng bookkeeper. So, employed po ako. Tapos, being employed po, may nagpapatrabaho sa akin ng bookkeeping. So, syempre, dahil may nagpapatrabaho sa akin ng bookkeeping, syempre, kailangan knowledgeable din ako dun sa pinapatrabaho ko dahil pinabayaran niya ako. So, nung time na nag-tax agent, nag-attend ako ng bookkeeping kay Ma'am Elsa, merong isa kaming kasama na taga Isabela. Sabi niya, pagkatapos niyong magsabi ka kay Ma'am Elsa na mag-seminar kayo about tax agent, tapos magpa-accredited kayo. Meron po pala noon, sabi niya. So doon nag-create, so si Ma'am Elsa, na nag-create siya ng grupo. So, nung nag-end up po, nung pagkatapos ng seminar, nag-end up, na si Ma'am Elsa, ang ganda ng pangalan na ginawa niya, Tagpe. So, di ba alam naman natin na pagka nasa taxation tayo, nasa BIR tayo, magtatagpi tayo. So, alam mo na ibig sabihin ng tagpe. So, witness ko bilang tax agent,
so, what happened sa practice mo nung tax agent ka na, accredited ka na, saka nung hindi pa?
Yun. Bali, masasabi ko na easy money. So, nabigay po accreditation ko itong February 2021 lang. Pero, ang masasabi ko, hindi pa naman talagang maluwag, pero masasabi ko na hindi na ako kinakapos sa pera. May pera na ako natatanggap. So, katulad niyan, ang mga kasama nga namin, actually sa Tagpe, kami, CPA and non-CPA. Tapos nagkaroon kami ng election, ako ngayon na-elect na president. So mga kasama ko na syempre, mga hindi CPA, nag-worry sila, may question sila kay Ma'am Elsa. Ma'am Elsa, paano po kami magsisimula? Wala po kaming alam. Sabi ni Ma'am Elsa, ang importante, nagsimula ka. Syempre, importante, nagsimula ka na gawin mo bilang tax agent. So, tatanggap ka ba ng trabaho na hindi mo alam? Syempre, ang tatanggapin mo lang yung alam mo lang. Katulad, example ko ngayon, may ongoing na tanggap ako, registration lang. Imagine mo, registration ng BIR, i-register ko ang isang individual. Nagkataon ng mga call center agent sila. 25 na call center agent. Ang singil ko doon sa registration is 3,000. Ang hirap po in-compute. 25 na individual times 3,000, yun po yung mapupunta sa akin. Di ba? Magkano po yun? Computing nyo. So, yun po, pagka nag-apply ka po ng tax agent, syempre marami pong papeles yan. Ako nung una, medyo worried ako parang ang dami ng papeles na i-comply. Pero nung nagpa-practice na ako, mas marami palang papeles na i-comply sa mga... So nung nagpa-practice na ako, ang easy na lang ng pagpa-process ng mga documents kasi puro documentation ang gagawin. So, what are you waiting for? Being a bookkeeper to being a tax agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. Okay. So, thank you po, Ma'am Fe Herrera. So, ano po yung tax advisors group po that we created? Anong year yun? 2020, ma'am. 2020. Tapos, naabutan kami ng lockdown. But, our plan talaga is to reach out people all over the Philippines. So alam nyo, it creates opportunity also to us. Bakit? Kasi akala namin, lockdown na. Kasi ang gusto ko talaga is to go all over the Philippines and then mag-i-invite kami ng mga members. Paano ba maging member dito sa Tax Advisors Group? May membership fee po tayo na 1,000 per year. No? Pero yung 1,000 per year na yan, meron tayong mga updates, meron tayong mga upgrades doon sa mga nalalaman natin. And of course, the network na may support group ka. Ano yung support group mo? Pag hindi mo alam, i-post mo lang doon sa page natin sa group and then ang dami na magtuturo sa'yo. No? Not necessarily na ako kasi limited lang din yung aking oras. So, minsan, tinitingnan ko yung mga comments ninyo sa page. Ito yung problema ni ganito. Ang dami-dami ng sumasagot. Why? Kasi marami din po tayong mga members na mga CPAs. No?
May i-add pala ako.
Sige.
May i-add po ako. bakit po sa tagpi kayo sasama? Actually, ang organization po ng tax agent, marami po 'to. So bakit po kayo sa tagpi sasama? Kasi ang purpose po ng tagpi is para lang siyempre makatulong sa lipunan, o 'di ba? Makatulong sa lipunan na makapagkolekta ng tax.
Kaya tax
So,
compliance talaga.
so yun yung matutulong natin sa lipunan. Pero bakit sa tagpi? Kasi po, ang tagpi, yun lang po ang purpose ng tagpi. Meron po kasing grupo ng tax agent, hindi ko po sasabihin kung sino po itong grupo na to, na ang grupo na ito ay kumakalaban po to sa BIR. So tayo po hindi po ganun ang purpose natin. Ang purpose po natin ay makatulong po sa country natin na makakolekta ng tax. Kahit sa mga maliliit lang, pero pag maliliit na yan, pagka dumami yan, syempre malaki yun.
Okay. Bakit naman po sa bookkeeping tayo nakatuto? Kasi nga ang sabi natin, bookkeeping is the heart of tax compliance, no? Kasi kahit sino pa magsasabi na specialist tayo sa kung ano mang mga compliance na BIR, wala ka namang libro, no? So saan magmumula talaga yung compliance natin? Sa libro na may records po tayo na pagdating na ng audit sa atin, meron tayong ipapakita, no? And papaano po tayo mag-member sa sa TAGPI or sa Tax Advisors Group of the Philippines? Anong ibig po ba sabihin ng TAGPI? 'Di ba ang TAGPI parang puzzle, no? Na pag tagpiin mo, pag dugtong-dugtungin mo. So, ganun po yung concept ng ating organization na yung mga gusto talaga na mag-practice as tax agent, bookkeeper, dadalhin natin doon sila sa higher level. Kasi kung bookkeeper ka lang, ang daming kulang sa'yo, no? Pero dito tayo sa Tax Advisors Group, may mag-a-advise sa iyo. Hindi lang sa mga tax na pati sa mga procedural, no? Kasi para sa akin, yung tax laws, kahit alam natin yan, minsan, kung kulang tayo doon sa alam natin sa procedural, doon tayo nahihirapan, no? So ngayon, this is an avenue for you to improve your services. No? Kung halimbawa, gusto ninyong mag-advance talaga sa bookkeeping, then be it, no? Mayroon tayong mga seminars na pang-enhance or pang-upgrade doon sa inyong mga skills. No? Okay. So tuloy ko lang to, Ma'am Pe. Ha? Up to 4 o'clock. Siya. Okay. Sige. So, diretso po tayo ha, because we still have another topic at saka hindi pa natin tapos itong Revenue Regulations BDAS 1. Ngayon, padalhan po kayo ni Hari. May mga email address ba sila, Hari? Okay, so, may padalhan kayo ng invitations at padalhan kayo ng sa page natin, no? Para malalaman ninyo ilan na yung members natin ngayon sa Tax Advisors Group? More than 200 na, di ba? No? More than 200 na po. So, invite namin kayo. No? This is an avenue na ma-increase ninyo yung inyong knowledge at saka you feel confident doon sa ginagawa ninyo as bookkeeper. No? Sabi na nga natin, ang bookkeepers hindi nababakante. No? Kasi lahat ng businesses, kailangan nila ng bookkeeper. Okay. So, let's now go to the discussion ng loose leaf. Yung loose leaf books of accounts and then the records, invoices, and receipts. So, paano po ba? I-discuss ko na lang sa inyo ha, yung slides, basahin nyo na lang. So, yung loose leaf books of accounts, kumukuha po ito ng permit sa BIR in order that you can use the loose leaf books of accounts. And paano po ang pagkuha? You write a letter to the BIR that you want to use the loose leaf of accounts. Ang gagawin ninyo, i-attach ninyo yung mga sample, no? Sample ng mga journal ledger. Kasi bakit nga ito loose leaf? Loose leaf ito because gagawin mo lang siya sa computer or gagawin mo siya sa machine and then i-print mo siya isa-isa. At the end of the year, pag dugtungin mo siya, lagyan mo ng pages, tapos i-bookbind mo siya at patatakan sa BIR, no? But before you are allowed to use the loose leaf books of accounts, dapat pa-approve mo muna sa BIR yung format, no? So yung format ng mga books mo, same din sa manual, no? So meron din siyang journal, ledger, meron din siyang cash receipt, cash disbursement, and once approved, pwede mo na siyang gamitin, no? Ang lahat ng format na yan at ang nagamit mo during the year, lagyan mo yan ng paging, sunod-sunod, and then patatahan mo sa BAR. So, anong pagkakaiba ng manual books of accounts at saka loose leaf books of accounts? Yung manual books of accounts, patatakan mo muna yung books bago mo gamitin. Pero yung loose leaf books of accounts, gamitin mo muna bago mo patatakan, no? At kailan po yung deadline sa pagpapatatak ng loose leaf books of accounts? If your fiscal year ending or yung taxable period mo ends December 31, 15 days after, no? So, January 15. Kung fiscal year ka naman, 15 days after the end of your fiscal year, kailan magpatatak ka na ng loose leaf books of accounts, no? Sino yung pwedeng gumamit ng loose leaf books of accounts? Kahit sino pong taxpayer pwede, as long as you abide with the rules and regulations on the use of the loose leaf books of accounts, no? Okay. Okay. So sa loose leaf, the bound books should show in detail and in column serial number of the invoices or receipts printed for use by the business on the left side of the book. Yung suggestion ko sa inyo na yung books of accounts, especially pag bumili na kayo, yung subsidiary sales, subsidiary purchase, yung may mga headings na para mag-post man kayo ng inyong mga information, nakalagay na. Kumbaga sa hindi na kayo mahirapan na lagyan nyo pa siya. Ano ba ilalagay ko dito? Doon may nakalagay na. And then sundan nyo na lang kung anong mga columns yun, yung anong i-entry ninyo ng mga information. So, mas madali po sa inyo. Hindi nakagaya dito na, o dito, on the right-hand side, serial number. Doon may nakalagay na kung saan nyo ilagay yung mga invoices, serial number, yung TIN ng taxpayer, the name of the supplier, mayroon na. Kumbaga sa buhay natin, anuhin natin yung ating buhay na huwag natin pahirapan, no? Pwede namang madali, bakit doon pa sa mahirap, no? At alam mo yung madali kung pinag-aralan mo, no? Kasi alam mo, ako kasi, pag may ginawa ako ng isang bagay, iniisip ko agad-agad na there's always a better way to do this. So, yun ang hinahanap ko, better way. Kung hindi mo pinag-aralan yung better way, doon ka sa naghihirap ka. No? Ganito din sa books of accounts. So, huwag basta-basta bilhin ng books, basta books, mamili ka. Kaya nga, pagka member na kayo ng tagpi, meron na tayong, kumbaga sa facilities wherein pwede kayong magtanong, no, sa isa't isa. And then, kagaya ng sa books of accounts, pwede na tayong i-facilitate namin yung mga books na kailangan ninyo sa inyong mga clients at ito ready na hindi na kayo mahirapan, no? So there's always a better way. Kaya nga kailangan natin yung tulong din ng mga isa't isa para yung mga expertise ng bawat isa na i-share natin yan sa iba. Kung wala tayong grupo, no, hindi natin magagawa yan. Saka mahihirapan tayo, no? Kaya alam nyo, hindi ako nagsasawa na mag-member sa mga organizations. Ang dami ko. Kaya nga si Harry, Ma'am, ano ilalagay ko dito? Sabi ko, ilagay mo lahat. Ano yung mga organizations sinasalihan ko? Pati international organizations. At alam nyo how much is the fee for the international organizations? As much as 100,000 a year. Magkano yung binabayad ko sa EITC, Harry? Association of International Tax Consultants based in Switzerland, Zurich, Switzerland. That is 100,000 a year. No? Ano yun? Ano yung mapapala mo pag member ka ng isang organisasyon? Yung mga members, may network yan, tapos uusap-usap yan, no? So, anong ginagawa ng ibang mga members na meron silang client dito sa Pilipinas, dito sila nangungonsulta sa akin, dito nire-refer. Kaya bigla na lang may darating sa akin na Japanese, may darating sa akin na Spanish, no, ni-refer ng mga members. No? Kasi international. So, ang exposure mo is also international, but it really requires also cost, no? Magbabayad ka rin. And right now, nag-enroll naman ako dito sa UPSIT program ng IBFD based in Netherlands. And how much na naman yung binayad ko for the 6-month course? 100,000. No? Kasi sabi ko, nagtuturo ako. Kung hindi ako mag-upgrade, ano ituturo ko? Ano ang sasabihin ko? No? I'm selling knowledge. Wala akong knowledge. Yung knowledge na alam ko is already obsolete. So I really have to upgrade or to update. No? So yun yung advantages kung nasa isang organization ka. Why? Kasi yung expertise ng ibang mga members, makakashare ka. No? Kasi kagaya ko, hindi naman din ako expert sa international taxation. But because nandun ako sa grupo, every month, yun, pinapadalhan ka ng mga information, mga updates, mga upgrade, ano nangyayari about taxation sa iba't ibang bansa. So you are now aware, no? Kung sarili mo lang, kaya mo ba yun? Saan mo hahanapin yung mga information na yun? Hirap ka. So, ito yung kinakaskade namin sa inyo through tagpi na you feel confidence, you feel knowledgeable, at may masasandalan ka na grupo na pag hindi mo talaga alam, may tutulong sa'yo. So, not necessarily na ako yung mga members na lang, kagaya ni Ma'am Fe. Pwede ninyong tawagan yan, pwede ninyong hingan ng tulong pagkailangan. At saka hindi lang yun. Pag may mga kliyente kayo na kailangan tulungan dito sa Manila, you can always refer, no? Saka kung may mga kailangan kayo na mga dapat i-comply dito sa Manila, just like halimbawa yung mga permits ng mga regulatory agencies. So may tutulong sa inyo, hindi kayo matatakot. At confident din kayo na bibigay ng services sa mga kliyente nyo because ito nga, may nasasandalan kayo na pwedeng tumulong sa inyo. No? That is just an offer. So you just think it, no? Kung makakatulong sa inyo o hindi. Si Ma'am Fe, binigay lang niya yung kanyang experience sa inyo. Some other members, wala lang po sila ngayon, pero some other members, invite namin kayo sa ano natin, yung membership meeting. Through, ano na yan, through Zoom. Hindi na siya through YouTube. No? I-invite namin kayo para yung mga gusto, email namin para makita ninyo yung mga members. No? Livelihood din po kasi ang bookkeeping. Ang laki ng tulong sa atin. Okay. Sige. So, anong gagawin natin doon sa mga loose leaf forms natin na na-generate na natin sa computer? Kasi, pag nag-loose leaf tayo, manual, malaki ang penalty pagka yung record mo na sa computer, i-print mo at saka idikit mo doon sa manual books of accounts, napakalaki po ng penalties dyan, bawal yan. So what are you going to do is to ask for a permit to use loose leaf so that kung ano man yung records that you want to generate in the computer, yun na yun, i-print mo and then i-bookbind mo. So may permit ka noon sa loose leaf. No? Hindi ka na mahirapan na at saka hindi ka na ma-penalize. Okay. So revocation of authority to use loose leaf pagka meron kang violations o meron kang hindi sinunod doon sa format na ginawa mo, no? O kaya hindi mo pinabookbound at the end of the year. Paano mag-bookbound dito sa loose leaf invoices mo or saka sa mga loose leaf records mo? Ibo-bookbound mo yan, ipiprint mo, and then lagyan mo siya ng paging, and then lagyan mo ng affidavit as to the number of pages at saka what kind of books ang pinapatatakan mo, and then ipabookbound mo hardbound, and then dalhin mo sa BAR para tatakan. No? Okay. So, persons operating home industries. Sino itong mga home industries? Ito yung mga sa bahay lang, no? Tingnan nyo itong malaking industry ng Marikina shoes. Umpisa lang yan sila sa home industries. Although, yung Marikina shoemakers natin, affected sila dito sa COVID, Lalo na work from home na lang yung mga tao, hindi na kailangan magsapatos sa araw-araw. No? So, ano yun? Ang sales nila ng sapatos were also affected. No? Persons operating home industries are required to keep unused books of accounts. So kahit sa bahay lang yan, dapat may books of accounts. Journal, ledger, equivalents, no? Para yung transactions would be recorded. Certificate regarding the use of loose leaf books of accounts. Okay? So sinong gagawa niyan? No? Sworn statement, certifying to the number of pages. I discussed that already. And then we have the binding of the journal and ledger. Yung binding hindi pwedeng yung binubutasan lang at saka fastener lang, hindi pwede yan. Ha? Ang binding na sinasabi dito, book bound talaga. Yung pinipaste yung dulo at saka ginagawa talagang libro. No? Binding of the books. No? Accordingly, binding of the books by the use of post binders, so libro talaga siya, and round head fasteners, sabi niya insufficient compliance of the regulations, pero hindi po tinatanggap yung fastener sa BIR, no? Kailangan talaga nakalibro siya. Cash receipt books in loose leaf form, pwede rin yan. Kasi ang rule po natin sa resibo, pag nakabound yan, yung resibo na nasa booklet, hindi mo pwedeng tanggalin yan. Ang pwede mong tanggalin, yung isang resibo lang na para sa customer. Pero yung resibo na naiwan at para sa may-ari, nakabound pa rin yan, hindi mo pwedeng tanggalin. Oras na tinanggal mo yan, you will be penalized. So, para pwede mo siyang tanggalin, ang gamitin mo loose leaf. Kasi ang loose leaf, pwede mong tanggalin lahat and then ibalik mo, ipa-bookbound mo ulit. No? So, ganun po yung mga rules natin sa loose leaf. No? Unauthorized use of the journal and ledger in loose leaf form, unauthorized kung wala kang permit, no? You will be penalized. At yung books of accounts mo, hindi siya considered na compliant doon sa requirement. No? So, kailangan mo yung authority to use loose leaf. Okay. So, punta po tayo sa other books and records. So, what are the other books and records? So, ito yung other books of records. Yung mga subsidiaries. Anong sabi nila? Subsidiaries form part of the accounting system. Okay. Use of the double entry bookkeeping system. Yun yung pinag-aralan natin kahapon. No? Yung double entry, yung debit and credit. Okay. So, subsidiary books. So, ano yung mga subsidiary books na pwede nating i-maintain? No? Okay. Marami yan. No? Okay. Charge sales book and charge purchase book, pwede nating i-maintain yan. Kung halimbawa nagpapautang ka, installment, no? So, pwede kang mag-keep ng charge sales book and charge purchase book. But, pagka manual yung ginamit mo yan, should be registered with the BIR, may tatak. And then, delivery receipt, part of accounting records, no? But delivery receipt is only a supplemental receipts. Dapat every time you issue delivery receipts, meron niyang corresponding na sales invoice. No? Kasi pag delivery receipt lang, that is only a proof of delivery, hindi po yan proof of sales. Anong proof of sales mo dyan? Sales invoice. No? Okay. Records of job received by contractors. So, subsidiary books for contractors. Meron siyang books to be kept na nasaan ang mga record niya. Ito sabi niya, keep a registered book for job orders received in which they shall enter immediately upon making a contract. Ano yung laman ng books ng contractor? Nakalagay doon yung contract, date, name, address of the customer, description of the articles to be construed or the services desired, the consideration therefore, the amount of deposit or partial payment, if any, and upon completion and delivery of the subject matter of the contract, the date of completion or delivery, and the amount paid therefore. No? So, nandyan yan. And in fact, yung IFRS, no, yung may requirement ngayon, yung accounting standards, na yung mga contractor, ito ang daming hindi sumusunod. No? Ang dami kong sinabihan na mga contractors, yung mga bookkeepers, no? Kaya ako hindi nagsasawa ng lecture kasi sa dami ng Pumupunta nung nakaraan, nagpapirma na naman sa akin, PCAB. Daming violation. Sabi ko, pag nagpa-seminar ako, ayaw umattend. No? Tapos ngayon, mga mali-mali ang trabaho. Sabi ko, iwanan kayo ng kliyente nyo kasi hindi kayo sumusunod. Anong requirement sa contractor? Dapat mayroon sa disclosures in the financial statement, nakalagay doon yung contracts signed during the year and completed during the year. Nakalagay yung amount of the contract or price of the contract, the cost of the contract, and the net income earned for every contract. No? Wala akong nakitang gumawa niyan na contractor. Requirement yan. Batas yan kasi standard na yan. So, di ko alam kung pati ako ma-penalty ng SEC for non-compliance. Pero, sige lang. Kasi meron akong talagang pinursigi ko talaga eh. Ayaw mong pakita ng kontrata. Okay. So, wait na lang na ma-penalty bago mag-comply. No? Although, ako ayaw ko ng ganyan eh. But, syempre, hindi naman ako yung taxpayer. No? Kaya kahit na yung paggawa ko ng transfer pricing analysis, nangonsummission ako. Why? Kasi ayaw magbigay ng dokumento dahil daw confidential. Sabi ko, confidential naman to eh. Yung relationship between the bookkeeper and the client is confidential. Between the CPA and the client is confidential. Paano ko magawa yung trabaho ko na ayaw magbigay ng dokumento? Hindi matatapos. No? Ano pa yung books that should be kept? Keepers of hotels, lodging houses, anong gagawin nila? Keep a guest register book. No? So, peculiar sa industry or sa nature ng business ng taxpayer. No? So, ano itong guest register book? Sa mga hotels naman to, lodging houses. Ano yung nakalagay? Accepting the guest, the date, time of his arrival, the name and address of the guest, the number of the room to be occupied, and upon checking out, the date and time of his departure, and the amount paid by him. No? So, hindi ito nagbabago, ha? The entry shall be numbered consecutively for purposes of reference. Okay. Next. Okay. Register book for job orders. Sino naman itong kailangan ng job orders? Siyempre, yung mga service companies, no? So, ano naman itong kailangan, yung books niya? Register book for job orders received in which he shall enter immediately upon making a contract the date, name, and address of the customer, description of the articles to be constructed or the services desired. Consideration, therefore, the amount of deposit or partial payment, if any, and upon completion and delivery of the subject matter of the contract, the date of completion or delivery, and the amount paid herefor. No? So, yun namang sa mga job orders. Sino yung may mga job orders? Yung mga service companies. No? Okay. So, records to be kept. Ito namang mga stockbrokers, dealers in securities, real estate brokers, real estate dealers, commercial, customs, and immigration brokers shall use serially numbered contract forms. Ano yung serially numbered contract forms? Kasi, ang nature ng trabaho nila, may service agreement, no? So, pagka may service agreement ka, every contract that you made, may contract number yan, no? May contract forms, which shall be issued in chronological order. When we say chronological order, sunod-sunod, for its agreement had with their customers, no? Showing the date and other facts concerning the services rendered or to be rendered and the signature of the parties thereto. So, yun po yung sa mga brokers. Okay. The contract shall be recorded every day in a register book, showing the date, number of the contract, the name of the customer, the services desired, the subject matter, and the value thereof. No? The compensation agreed upon and the duration of the contract. Upon termination of the contract, a remark as to the date and number of the receipt issued for the compensation received. So, di ba madali? Kasi nakasummarize na doon yung mga kontrata. So, when you prepare the financial statement, mabilis lang. commercial broker required to keep books of accounts, no? So, commercial broker, subject pa rin siya sa books of accounts, no? Records of inventories, ito yung book of inventories, no? So, kailangan pa rin. Ano yung nakalagay sa book of inventories? Record in detail the quantity, description, unit, and total cost of every item order of their stocks in trade, materials, supplies, and other goods found in the premises of their establishment. Lahat kahit hindi ikaw yung may-ari, basta nasa premises ng establishment mo, isama mo yan sa inventory mo, sa listing. No? And then when you make a list of inventory that should be submitted to the BAR, di ba, ang deadline yan is every January, lalagyan mo yan ngayon ng mga item na nandyan sa inventory mo, and then anong gagawin mo? Tatak mo sa BAR. No? May affidavit ka in affidavit form na ito yung mga inventories na to, ito yung present sa premises mo as of December 31. No? Kung yun yung ending ng taxable period mo. Pero kung fiscal year ka other than December, then yun yung gamitin mong year ending. The inventory at the beginning shall be made and submitted to the Commissioner of Internal Revenue if the place of business is in Manila or to the Deputy Provincial or City Treasurer. Ito yung mga RDOs naman, no? Kung saan ka registered, doon mo siya submit yung list of inventory mo. So, invoices or receipts. All persons subject to internal revenue tax shall for its sale or transfer of merchandise or for services rendered valued at 2 pesos or more, no? Prepare and issue sales or commercial invoices or receipts serially numbered, no? In duplicate. Yan Kaya nga sabi ko, ito yung mother regulations. Kaya, alam nyo, ang pinakamaganda, alam nyo yung mother regulations, kahit na yung sa VAT natin, ina-advise ko rin, basahin nyo yung mother regulations kasi nandoon yung kompleto. No? Kasi mag-a-amend man yan, paunti-unti lang. Pero yung kompleto talaga, nandoon yan sa original na regulations. So, showing among other things, their names or styles, if any, and business addresses. No? So, provided that in case of sales, receipts, or transfers in the amount of 50 pesos or more, the invoices or receipts shall further show the name or style, if any, and the business address of the purchases customer or client. Pero ngayon, pagka ang nag-i-issue na resibo is a VAT-registered person, regardless of the amount na. Kasi kailan ba nag-umpisa yung VAT natin? 1988 under Executive Order 273. Samantalang itong VIDAS 1 na to, nang sinasabi ko sa inyo ngayon, 1947 pa po ito na regulations, no? Katatapos na ng Second World War, ginawa ito. And this is pattern after the United States. Okay. The original of its sales invoice or receipt shall be issued to the purchaser, customer, or client, who, if engaged in any taxable business, shall be kept and preserved the same in his place of business for a period of 5 years. Ngayon, ginawa ni Commissioner na 10 years. No? The invoice or receipt, the duplicate to be kept and preserved by the person subject to tax, also in his place of business. So, ngayon, mas complicated na kasi because of the VAT, meron tayong summary list of sales and purchases. So, dapat magtatali, magre-reconcile yung seller at saka yung buyer. Pag hindi, yun yung pinapadalahan ng letter notice. No? Okay. Okay. Sari-sari store owners to submit inventory of their stocks in trade. Maliit lang naman kami. Kailangan pa ba? O ito, sa VIDAS 1. Sari-sari store owners to submit inventory of their stocks in trade. No? Okay. Pero, may exemption dito. Yung annual inventory ng mga jewelries, no? For security reasons daw, hindi sila pinapasubmit ng inventory. No? Kasi baka, ano yun sila, nanakawan. No? So, inventory of a branch and main store. No? Meat vendors inside public market. No? So, itong meat vendors inside public market, persons selling domestic meat exclusively in public markets are exempt from the requirement of issuing sales or commercial invoices. Kaya nga hindi sila pinapa-issue na resibo, but they are required to keep books of accounts. No? Kaya yung mga namimili Yung mga restaurant owners sa market, wala talagang resibo yan, no? Kasi they are allowed not to issue receipts. Sino nagsabi niyan? Vidas 1. Wala na ibang regulations na nagsabi niyan. Hindi nyo makikita yan sa ibang regulations, mga regulations na iba. Form and manner of issuance of invoices and receipts, no? Must be serial in number and made at least in duplicate. Pag sinabi mo at least in duplicate, yung isa sa buyer, may maiwan na isa sa taxpayer. No? Bakit at least in duplicate? Kasi hanggang ilang gusto mo, pwede. No? Duplicate, triplicate, quadruplicate, pwede. Depending sa use of the business. And then, nakalagay dyan, no? They shall be in bound form, booklets or pads of 50 or 100. Kaya yung isang booklet natin, di ba, 50 yan. 50 pieces ng resibo. Form and manner of issuance of receipts. Okay. Pero, pwede siya na at least in duplicate, pero yung duplicate shall bear the same serial number as the original. At saka kung anong amount ng original, pag nag-issue ka, ganun din yung duplicate. Hindi pwede na iba yung amount na ilalagay mo dun sa duplicate. Admission tickets and other records to be issued or kept by the person subject to amusement tax. Ito yung sa mga sinehan. Uso pa ba ngayon ang sine? May pumapasok pa? Wala na. No, wala na. Kasi bakit? Bakit ka pa pupunta sa sinehan? Sa internet na, lahat ng gusto mong tingnan, nandyan na. So these are the industries that will be affected by the digitized world, no? Businesses. Yung mga amusement na yan, yung mga sinihan na yan, no? And then may COVID pa. So, wala nang pumupunta. So, anong gagawin mo? Sa bahay na lang, no? Sa internet na lang. Okay. So, if in case meron pa rin, so the ticket shall be serially numbered and shall indicate the name and the place of amusement. Usually, yung ticket na yan, naka-serial number yan, and then, yung pwede mong hatiin, no? Yung hatiin mo, that pag hinati mo, both parts, mayroong serial number at saka yung amount, no? May amount na yung ticket. So, nandyan na. Okay. So, tuloy po tayo, tapos na tayo sa Vedas 1. Sabi ko sa inyo, very limited yung ating time. So, tuloy po tayo sa cash register machines and e-sales reporting. Why we have to discuss this? Kasi ang dami-dami po na penalized. And for your information, the BAR is serious about the cash register machine, the point of sale machines. Why? Kasi in view of receipts yan eh. Resibo yan eh. You are making sales out of that. So, pag pinabayaan nila yan, ano pang i-report ng taxpayer sa kanila? That's why they are very strict on cash register machines. No? Okay. So, Revenue Memorandum Circular Number 72-2018. Ano to? Ito yung mga validation ng sales generated from point of sale machine. Ano yung point of sales machine? Ito yung nag-i-issue din ng resibo na parang cash register machine din siya. But, stand-alone siya at saka mas advanced siya kaysa cash register machine, computerized din. No? The CRM or cash register machine, ito yung sinasabi na special purpose machines. Kasi sabi nila, ma'am, itong machine na to, hindi naman ito nag-i-issue ng resibo. Ano lang, for internal purpose lang daw nila. Even special purpose machines for your internal use should have permit from the BIR. No? Hindi na yan po pwede na pag merong pupunta sa store nyo, may makikita doon na machines and then walang permit. Violations po yun. No? So, in line with the Bureau's continuing efforts, nasabi ko, ang dami-daming minomonitor at saka nag-i-issue na mission order po dito sa cash register machine and the POS. No? Okay. At itong mga receipting or invoicing machine ng computerized accounting system. No? Kasi kagaya sa mga terminals, di ba, sa malalaking supermarket, no? Kung minsan makita mo mga 30, 50, 80 na terminal yung nagbibigay ng ano ba yun yung total pag nag-grocery ka, no? So terminal ang tawag diyan, nakalink lahat 'yan sa computer, no? Naka-hook 'yan doon sa computer. So lahat 'yan may mga online sales transactions, no? At may mga requirements 'yan na reporting. At ngayon nga ito nga yung sinasabi natin na e-sales reporting. Ano yung e-sales reporting? Sistema yan sa BRR na magpa-enroll ka, requirement or mandatory for those who have a cash register machine and point of sale machine na ang sales mo for the month, i-report mo doon sa e-sales, diretso na po yan sa BIR, no? Yung sales generated by your cash register machine or point of sale machine, no? Okay. Ano to? Yung sa e-sales na journal natin, yung Z-reading. Ano yung Z-reading? Yun yung total sales na generated ng machine. No? So, ang daming mga memorandum at saka mga regulations na ginawa na yung BIR about this cash register machine or e-sales. No? At ito nga yung pinaka huli itong RMC 72-2018. Although, ang dami pa that prescribe the violations, prescribe the penalties for violations. Pero kung titingnan natin yung bago sa train law, nandun na sinama na rin doon yung penalties on the e-sales reporting. And how much is the penalties kung hindi ka na re-report ng sales mo coming from your cash register machine or point of sale machine is daily magkano yun? 1/10 or 10,000 every day, no? Hanggang sa submit mo na yung report. Kaya nga may tumatawag sa akin na, ma'am, bakit pinipenalty kami 30,000 na kaagad? Sa isip-isip ko, mura pa nga yan kasi yung 30,000, 3 days lang yan. Eh, ang sabi ng train law, 10,000 a day, no? So, ang sabi ko, punta ka sa RDO kasi COVID naman, no? May reason ka or whatever. Kasi ang sabi dun sa regulations, kung ang reason mo is force majeure, di gamitin mo na yung COVID, no? Kahit hindi pa COVID yung nangyari, gamitin mo na yung COVID para maano ka, bigyan ka ng consideration. Pero, you comply. Why? Kasi kung tuloy-tuloy yung non-compliance mo, may first offense yan, may second offense, may third offense, hanggang sa yung permit mo will be canceled or revoked. So, hindi ka na makagamit ng cash register machine. No? Ganun po sa cash register machine. Mas mahigpit pa yan doon sa resibo. Yung resibo na manual na ini-issue, mas mahigpit po yung cash register machine. At isa pa, no? Ito pa isa na ang daming nagkakamali dito. Once you have the cash register machine na sira, you have to report that to the BAR. Why? Because the examiner will come and read the sales generated by that cash register machine. Wag mong pabayaan na nasira yan, tapos ilagay mo na lang sa isang tabi. Kailangan yan may report, no? You will be penalized pagka hindi ka nag-report sa BAR, sabihin mo lang na nasira, no? Kasi may report yan, i-reading nila magkano yung laman ng cash register machine. Oh, ito na ngayon, nag-stop ka ng business, you have a cash register machine. Anong gagawin mo? Pabayaan mo lang? No way. You have to report it again to the BAR na mag-stop ka na ng business, and then the BAR will get the Z reading of that machine, no? Igagawa niya ng report, i-revoke, i-cancel yung permit, no? Pag wala kang revocation or cancellation of the permit, ibenta mo yung cash register machine mo, kawawa yung bibili. Why? Because bago niya yan gamitin, kukuha siya ulit ng permit in his name. E paano siya makakuha ng permit? Wala kang revocation ng previous permit mo. Ang laki ng penalty. So might as well, hindi na yan gagamitin yung cash register machine, bibili na lang ng bago. No? So sayang. So para magamit pa, i-report mo, pag hindi mo na magamit, and then pa-terminate mo na, ibalik mo yung permit, pa-cancel mo, pa-revoke mo, so that ibenta mo man yung cash register machine, may clearance ka from the BAR na reading yung machine mo, so bibigyan ulit ng permit, no? Pero kung may mga violations, ang laki ng violations, no? Magkano lang yung cash register machine? Mas malaki yung violations. Kaya parang sasakyan, no? Sa LTO, ang dami. Iniiwan na lang yung may-ari. Bakit? Yung penalty, 1 million. Magkano yung sasakyan? 400,000. Bigay mo na lang yung sasakyan. Oh? Kaysa parang cash register machine din. Yung magkano yung cash register machine? 100,000. Magkano yung penalty? 300,000. Bigay mo na lang yung cash register machine. Oh? Bili ka na lang ng bago. But, yung may-ari ng cash register machine, talagang mape-penalize yun. Oh? Inventory of all POS, CRM, SPM. SPM is special purpose machine, no? And other receipting machine or software, whether used for issuance of invoice or for internal control, shall be taken, matched, and reconciled with the list from the BIR database. Ang BIR, meron din silang sariling procedure on how to evaluate the machines, no? Ang dami. Actually, itong 72-2018 na to, ito yung anong gagawin ng BAR. Bakit kailangan mo malaman anong gagawin ng BAR sa mga point of sale machines mo? Kasi, para alam mo i-comply, no? Kaya ako nakakip track ako dun sa mga RMOs ng BAR. How do they do about it? Why? Kasi since ikaw yung taxpayers, ikaw yung magko-comply, more or less, alam mo i-comply kasi alam mo kung anong gagawin, ano yung mga procedural requirements din ng BAR, no? So, tali kayo. So, kumbaga sa music, pareho kayo ng tono, no? Kasi sintunado ka, pag hindi mo alam, you go against, hindi ka makapag-comply ng maayos, no? Okay. So, ang BAR, meron siyang list sa database. Lahat po ng permit issued sa mga cash register machine. And actually, ngayon, you can just buy cash register machine or point of sale machines from accredited suppliers. Hindi na kung sino-sino pa ang pwede lang bilhan. At bawal na bawal for the accredited supplier of these machines na meron silang sales suppression na mga software, no? Na wherein i-divert nila yung sales. Bawal na bawal yan. Tanggalan sila ng accreditation at hindi na sila pwede magbenta ng cash register machine and point of sale machines. No? So, post-evaluation kit shall contain a pre-filled up post-evaluation guide form for every registered machine. No? So, controlled talaga yung bawat machine, with information based on the Business Intelligence Division. So, yung BIR may Business Intelligence Division na yan. Nandiyan yung database, lahat ng issued na mga permit for the point of sale at saka cash register machine. Ano yun? Listing. Bakit nandun yung listing? Kasi controlled nga yan at nakalagay doon yung mga information as to whom it is issued, sino yung may-ari, bakit? Kasi yung may-ari na yan, since sila yung registered, sila yung mape-penalize. No? Okay. So, anong nakalagay doon? Tax identification number, branch code, machine identification number. Bawat machine, iba-iba ang min yan, May min yan, may machine identification number yan. So, kung yung tao may TIN, tax identification number, yung machine, nag-i-issue siya ng resibo, meron din siyang tinatawag na min or the machine identification number. And then, meron niyang permit to use. Nakalagay yan dun sa likod ng machine, no? Naka-decal yan, naka-sticker, ididikit dun sa likod. Na yung iba naman, na mga business establishment, tinatakpan nila, hindi nila pinapakita. No? Yung serial number ng machine, as well as the blank PEG forms for unregistered machines. Ang dami pong unregistered machines, At magkano penalties dyan? Mahal, no? May mga unregistered machines na ginagamit, no? So, okay. So, based on the duly accomplished evaluation guide, no? Post-evaluation guide forms, listing of matched and unmatched machine shall be prepared in the format prescribed. Bakit may matching? Kasi parang sa LTO din, di ba? Yung mga franchise ng taxi, franchise ng bus, may matching din. Bakit? Kasi, yun pala, isang franchise, 10 yung gumagamit na bus, no? So, ganun din dito sa permit sa machine, no? So, isang permit lang para sa isang machine, yun pala, 10 machine na yung pinagagamitan. No? So, yun yung purpose kung bakit may post-evaluation, no? Ini-evaluate bawat machine because andyan yung violations. And you can just imagine, since these machines are the ones issuing the receipts, biro mo yung 10 machine, nag-i-issue lahat yan ng resibo. Isa lang ang nakaregister. O, biro mo yun, siyam yung hindi. Gaano kalaki yung nawawala sa gobyerno doon. Oh? So, the government or the BAR is serious about this cash register machine. Kaya hindi yung mga nagrereklamo na, ma'am, bakit ako pinapabayad 30,000? Maliit pa yan. That is only for 3 days. Ha? Kasi napakalaki ng violations sa cash register machine. Every day ginagamit. Oh? Okay. So, list of unmatched POS, CRM, no? Per BIR database. Sabi na natin may BIR database ang BIR for those issued permits, no? Versus physical inventory, no? So, imamatch na nila yan. Halimbawa, dito sa listing mo, bago yan sila pumunta sa establishment, may record na yan sila what are the CRM or POS issued to that establishment. So, titingnan nila ngayon yan, imamatch nila doon sa physical inventory. So, why is it na yung permit mo, 5 lang, pagdating doon sa establishment mo, 10 yung nandoon na machine. No? So, anong ibig sabihin nun? May mga machines doon na unregistered. No? Okay. So, list of unmatched POS or CRM or SPM, Special Purpose Machine. So, that are physically in the taxpayer's premises but not in the BIR list. No? And then, meron din na not physically in the taxpayer's premises but in the BIR list. Ito naman, meron siyang permit nandoon sa BIR pero wala naman siya doon sa premises. So, nasaan? So, pwedeng ginamit somewhere sa ibang branch. No? Okay. Summary of findings and observations. Ito yung findings and observations ng BIR. So the list of matched and unmatched POS, CRM, SPM, other receipting machine shall be prepared on the first day of the post-evaluation to be duly signed and acknowledged by the responsible officer of the company. Ito na, gagawa na ng report yung examiner or any person assigned by the BIR. Pag nagawa sila ng report, papipirmahan yan sa responsible person or officer ng company. No? So, pwede ba siya mag-refuse na hindi niya pirmahan? Hindi pwede. Why? Kasi may mga mission order yan. At saka, actual yun. No? Halimbawa, nag-ocular inspection sila sa business establishment mo, and then nakita nila, yung meron kang permit, 5 lang. Yung machine mo nandun is 20. So, meron kang unregistered machine na 15. Gawan nila yan ng report and then papirmahan sa'yo. So, can you refuse? Siyempre, hindi ka pwedeng mag-refuse kasi actual yun na findings. Kung mag-refuse ka, anong gagawin ng examiner? May mga procedural requirements din na gagawin yung mga tax officers in case of refusal. No? So, itong mga technicalities, dapat alam to ng mga bookkeepers. Why? Kasi, if you are the bookkeepers, pagdating na ng problema o kaya may mag-check na taga-BIR, ikaw yung tatawagan ng kliyente mo, ikaw yung haharap sa BIR. No? So, to be confident, dapat alam mo yung mga requirements ng BIR. Why? Kasi pag alam mo kung anong gagawin, alam mo paano i-comply. No? The worst kasi pag hindi mo alam, no? Hahanapan ka ng ganito, hindi mo alam, at saka alam mo, mortal sin yung hindi alam. Para sa akin, pinaka-importante kahit anong klaseng bagay pinasukan mo sa buhay mo, pinaka-importante talaga, alam mo. No? So, bookkeeper ka, alam mo lahat about bookkeeping. No? Kasi, Bookkeeper ka nga eh. So ito ngayon, may problema yung kliyente mo, hindi mo matulungan. So what for? You lose a job. No? Kaya nga, anong sabi ko doon sa isang kliyente ko na tamad, sabi ko, alam mo, ang seminar ko na ino-offer ko, libre na. Ang dami-dami na umaten, galing pa sa ibang mga lugar, ang layo-layo. Ikaw, ang lapit mo lang, ayaw mo pang umaten. Sabi ko, one of these days, mawawala yung kliyente mo sa iyo. Bakit? Hindi ka seryoso. Bakit hindi ka seryoso? Hindi mo inaalam kung ano yung dapat i-comply. So how will you teach your client? Sabihin ng client, may bookkeeper naman ako eh. Yung bookkeeper mo walang alam, sino mo penalize? Yung kliyente mo. Once na penalize yung kliyente mo, 1, 2 beses, dahil hindi mo naturuan, dahil wala ka ring alam, aalis yan sa iyo. No? So, out of job. Sayang, you lose the opportunity. No? So, ano dapat? Dapat alamin mo kung ano yung mga requirements, especially na BAR, huwag ka magsawa. Why? Alam mo ako, at one time, nagsawa ako eh. Kasi yung mag-umpisa yung BAT na 1988, that was the time na umpisa akong speaker sa BIR. No? So, lahat yan, kinikip track ko hanggang Republic Act 7716 na napaka-controversial, hanggang doon na sa 2005, tapos ayaw ko na. Kasi nagsawa ako. No? Ayoko ng tax. Kasi pati panaginip ko, tax na lang. Wala akong magawa. Ito yung buhay ko eh. No? At one time na nagsawa ako, kawawa naman. Ang dami kong hindi alam. For 2 or 3 years, nung nag-aral ako ng law, pinabayaan ko yung mga regulations, hindi ko binasa, no? Mga basic lang about taxation. Ang dami kong hindi alam, no? From 2014 to 2018 yung law ko. Ang dami kong hindi alam. So at one time, hindi pwede. Sabi ko, hindi pwede, hindi ko alamin to. Why? Kasi ito yung hanap buhay ko. At hindi yun, naawa ko sa kliyente. No? Huwag na kayong maawa sa sarili nyo, sa kliyente. Lalo na kung yung kliyente nyo, mapepenalty na ng libo-libo dahil hindi alam, dahil hindi nyo tinuruan. No? So, maawa kayo sa client. So, para hindi kayo, hindi maging kawawa yung client nyo, aral kayo. No? You spend yung ating, ano ba yun yung sa, sa last part of this month natin, yung 6 days na comprehensive seminar for tax agent, that is only 3,000, no? That is only 3,000 for 6 days. And that is 500 per day lang, no? Sa totoo lang, napakamura naming maningil ng may bayad, meron pang free. But in spite of that, ang dami pa rin hindi umaten. Kaya sabi ko, this is an opportunity. We offer to you the opportunity. So kung ayaw nyo, kayo din ang kawawa, no? At hindi lang, mawawalan kayo ng kliyente. Oh, kasi ito, tulong na lang talaga to sa inyo eh. Why? Kasi sabi ko, alam ko naman to eh. Sandali-dali lang to, bakit hindi ko i-share sa iba, no? Okay. So anong gagawin natin? The service provider, supplier, contractor, developer of the machines, software, systems, subjected to post-evaluation shall assist in the extraction of sales data. Bakit? Kasi anong dahilan ng iba? Ma'am, hindi namin alam yan. No? Experience namin pag pumunta na sa taxpayers. O sige, kunin natin yung Z-reading, yung total sales na machine. Ma'am, wala yung in charge i-absent. No? Pero yung totoo, pina-absent. Ma'am, hindi namin maibigay, hindi namin alam. Ganon. So, anong sabi dito sa regulations? Yung service provider, yung supplier, hindi siya pwedeng umayaw, accredited siya ng BIR. Otherwise, ipa-disaccredit siya. No? So, anong gagawin? Siya yung tutulong para makuha yung C-reading, yung total sales na na-generate ng machine. No? So, generation of C-reading and electronic sales journal per machine shall be performed simultaneously with the conduct of physical inventory of the machines. So, nagbilang kayo ng machines. Halimbawa, 50, 60 machines yan. At the same time, kukunin ng BAR yung reading or yung sales generated ng bawat machine. No? So, yun yung purpose ng post-evaluation. The taxpayer shall submit the extracted Z-reading. Alam nyo yung Z-reading? Ano yan eh? Yung tape, no? Minsan ang haba niyan. No? The extracted Z reading and e-journal not later than the second day of the post-evaluation. So yung first day, ipapareceive sa inyo yung mission order, tapos sasabihin sa inyo, ito yung mga kailangan. So yung second day, bigay nyo na yung Z reading. No? This shall cover the beginning and ending Z reading e-journal for the period indicated in the mission order. Hindi pupunta sa inyo yung mga BIR examiners or mga BIR personnel without the mission order. Why mission order? Kasi delicate or sensitive po itong gathering ng sales sa mga cash register machine. No? Hindi yan basta-basta. Kaya ang katapat mo dyan, kung hindi letter authority, is mission order. No? Sales data shall be validated and extracted from all sources such as but not limited to the following. So saan kukunin yung sales data? From the cash register machine, the point of sale machine, other sales receipting software, and CAS, yung computerized accounting system, no? E-journal, yung back-end reports. Ano yung back-end reports? Ito yung mga software at the back na doon binabato lahat ng sales, no? So back-end reports from the standalone system, server, middleware, consolidator depending on the system or software setup. No? So they shall also include sales from online transactions. Ayan yung mga online sellers natin, marami yan. Kaya nga, gagawa pa kami ng maraming video presentation for the online transactions. Although, kasi ang BAR, wala pa rin silang masyadong regulations on the online transactions na yung sabi ko nga, for the online sellers, inalaw nila na to maintain manual books of accounts. Sabi ko, pag online seller ka, dapat computerized books of accounts ka. Why? Kasi your transactions are online, computerized. So, bakit ka magmamanual? No? Electronic records yan. Tapos, i-manual recording mo. Dapat online. Kasi mahal. Naka-afford na yan ng online. So, may facilities na yan to use the online system. No? Hindi pa masyadong naaaral ng BIR yung regulations on the online sellers. Unmanned bill, coin or token operated machines. No? Ito yung mga vendo machines. Unregistered machines used to record sales transactions and defective or damaged machines. So wala talagang patawad ang BIR pagdating na sa mga machines, no? Kahit damaged, defective machines kasama sa report, which were not reported or with pending application for cancellations with the concerned office. No? So, ang iba, lalo-lalo na yung mga supermarket. No? So, ang dami-dami niyan ginagamit na mga cash register machines. At dami din niyang sira. No? So, yung mga malalaking supermarket na yan, isang building yung kanilang machine na ginagamit. At saka yung standby na machines nila. Kasi pag may nasira na machines, pull out nila yon at may pamalit sila kaagad. So marami yan. No? And then yung mga sira na talaga, may mga application yan sila for cancellation. Okay. In case of unregistered machines, the revenue officer shall issue apprehension slip. No? Dami namin na-apprehend noon. At then nagbayad ng penalty. No? Kasi nagsara na 25,000 each machine. Pero kung may mga iba pang violations, 50,000 per machine yan. And immediately seal the machines. No? Isi-sealed mo para hindi na magamit after the extraction of the sales data. However, upon registration thereof and payment of related deficiency taxes, including penalties, these machines can be unsealed upon approval of the BIR office, which can be the large taxpayer or the RDO. No? Okay. For machines subject to application for withdrawal from its use due to retirement or sale, repair, upgrade, modification, transfer, immediate verification, and conduct of the reading thereof shall be done. No? So, nasa na yan, nasa yung mga personnel na nagagawa, no? Meron silang instruction what to do. No? Tinitingnan ko kasi yung oras, we only have 5 minutes. So, kukulangin tayo. That's why sabi ko, yung mga iba dito, anuhin nyo na lang. No? Basahin ninyo, try to be proactive. Pagka umattend kayo ng seminar, do not limit your learnings during the seminar. No? Ang ginagawa ko palagi, once umattend ako ng seminar, after that, nire-review ko yung mga handouts, and then ini-expound mo yung knowledge. How will you expound your knowledge? Bawa, pagbasa mo dyan, meron kang hindi maintindihan. So, i-google mo. No? Kasi ngayon, ang bilis-bilis na lang ng information. No? Wala nang limit. Okay. So, ito yung mga reading. No? Ilang years na pwedeng kuhanin nila yung reading mo. Reading or periodic reading in hard and soft copy, e-journal or back and report in text file format stored in CD, beginning and ending to get the monthly, quarterly, annual sales for the current and immediately 3 preceding years. No? Yan ang pwedeng kuhanin ng BAR. Bakit 3 years? Kasi yung prescription ng BAR to audit is 3 years. So, statement of non-suppression of sales during machines repair, upgrading, modification, reconfiguration, and sales data extractions, either through reading, e-journal, and or back-end report. Ano yung non-suppression ng sales? Yung hindi na i-report ng 100% yung sales, no? Sinusuppress. Bawal yun. Okay? So, it is signed under the penalty of perjury. Okay. Ano na tayo yung magpo 4 o'clock na. So, basahin ninyo yung regulation so that alam nyo i-comply. No? And kung may problema yung taxpayer nyo or clients nyo, alam nyo i-address. No? Kasi mortal sin sa isang bookkeeper na may problema na yung kanyang client, hindi niya alam kasi hindi niya inaaral. No? Okay. So, may mga computations dito yung BAR. Halimbawa, sinupress mo yung machines, no? Hindi mo sinasabi yung totoo. Meron silang computation dito and this is valid. Although pagdating sa court, pwede niyang ma-question because hindi actual. Pero may mga estimate yan ang BAR. Okay. Ito na. E-sales is a real-time reporting online of actual sales transactions. Actually, ito talaga yung ating tumbok dito no? Yung e-sales reporting, no? So e-sales is a real-time reporting online of actual sales transactions recorded by CRM, no? If the amount extracted from the e-journal is higher than reported sales, it shall render the taxpayer liable for under-declaration of sales. No? Kasi, halimbawa, yung laman ng CRM mo is 1 million, ni-report mo 300,000 lang. So, liable ka doon sa under-declaration. Okay. If the e-journal amount is less than the reported e-sales, the violation is equivalent to non-issuance of sales. No? So, non-issuance of sales naman. Or issuance of unregistered receipt. No? So, lahat yan, pareho, may penalties. Okay. So, ano pa yung mga report na kailangan? The void, canceled, or returned, or refund items, or receipts, or invoices. And yung sales to senior citizen, no? And persons with disability. No? And then the regular other discounts. Dapat, ano yan, properly reported at saka may reconciliation. Okay? Dami pa nito But alas 4 na kasi. Ayoko nag-overspill, no? Kasi limited lang tayo dun sa time. Itong penalty provisions, no? Under Republic Act 10963, ito yung train law na sinabi ko incorporated na sa ating tax code. And how much is that? No? Failure to transmit sales data entered on cash registered machine, point of sales machines, to the BAR electronic sales reporting system. So, itong electronic sales reporting system to ng BAR wherein pag meron kang permit to use CRM or POS, i-enroll ka dito. So, a taxpayer required to transmit sales data to the Bureau Electronic Sales Reporting System but fails to do so shall pay for its day of violation penalty amounting to 1/10 of 1% of the annual net income as reflected in the taxpayer's audited financial statement for the second year preceding the current taxable year. So yun yung last year mo, halimbawa, 100 million yung sales mo doon. Ano yun? 1/10 of 1% or 10,000 pesos, whichever is higher. No? Whichever is higher. Kasi kung maliit lang yung dineclare mo last year, so yung 10,000 a day, ha? Each day ng violation. Provided that the aggregate number of days of violation exceeded 180 days within a taxable year, no? Umabot ka na ng 6 months, an additional penalty of permanent closure, no? So i-close ka na, shall be imposed. Provided further that if the failure to transmit is due to force majeure, kaya nga sabi ko gamitin nyo na si COVID, no? Or any causes beyond the control of the taxpayer, the penalty shall not apply. Kasi reasonable no? Pag force majeure. Pero, wag naman na palagi na lang, you also comply, no? Purchase, use, possession, sale, or offer to sell, installment, transfer, update, upgrade, keeping, or maintaining of sales suppression device. Magkano ang penalty? 500,000 but not more than 10 million pesos. Imprisonment, less than 2 years but not more than 4 years. And pagka-cumulative suppression, 50,000 shall be considered economic sabotage na. No? 50 million pala yung amount na suppress, no? So economic sabotage, iba na ang penalty nun, no? Criminal na. Okay. Failure to file certain information return, also penalty, 25,000 ang penalty. So ang daming mga RMOs diyan, basahin niyo 'yan. And then, itong mga Annex A natin, mga reports na lang to ng examiner, no? So, yung mga pinag-usapan natin, these are the reports that will be prepared by the examiner. At if you are the bookkeeper, kanino niya hingin to? Sa iyo, no? And pag nandiyan na yung mga examiner, tatawagin ka nung client mo, ikaw yung haharap sa kanila, no? Kaya sabi ko noon, kung ako practitioner, lahat ng problema ng client ibabato sa akin. Parang unfair, no? But wala kang magawa. Ito yung pinili mong trabaho. So, might as well be ready with your responsibility. Kasi, part of the service that you offer, so, gawin mo. Try to be informed na lang. Kasi iba na yung alam ng kliyente at nasabihan mo sila, so they are prepared. So, pareho kayong hindi mahihirapan. No? With this, I would like to say thank you very much and sana may natutunan tayo for this free webinar for Bookkeepers. No? So thank you very much and let's call it a day.